What's good? This is Kev, and this is BMBBH on a Monday. How y'all doing? Long live the habitual line steppers. Just want to throw a quick disclaimer out here, even though I named this channel a name that is revered and also kind of stanked upon. That's stanked is not a word, but I hope you understand its meaning in its context. That sometimes we have to use our own discretion and intelligence. And what I want to tell you guys is I mean absolutely no disrespect by this. So before I get started, let me give some shout outs. Okay, let me start with the chat this time. We got, people who are here live and in real time. And, if you're watching and you're in and if you're in any position to do so, why don't you participate in that live chat tonight? You know, might open the panel too. But the title of this particular stream is called No Country for Old Niggas. Cause, old niggas is quickly becoming a buzzword like the word manosphere. So just want to clear a few things up when I speak on this, because I came up, everybody always, they say this little I came up in a different era, yeah, but I came up in a different era, but I wasn't exposed to too much bullshit. But then again, I survived all the bullshit that I was exposed to thus far, growing up in a two-parent home. So that's for all the the little YouTube daddy shots that a lot of you niggas love to say and shit. If you want to project the fact that you know some of y'all mom didn't tell y'all the truth, by putting out this little stink eye about the old nigga population, then hey, I just want you to understand that you're not going to be able to say something 5 times, 10 times, 100 times without somebody saying something back once. Because I just want to clear something up with you. Let me get these shout outs. I'm getting off in it already. I feel the spirit tonight. I mean, shit. I mean, some, some, some of you have to work tomorrow morning. So do I. But, thanks for being here, especially. Make sure you press like on the way in. We got D in the building. What's good? Shout out Andre 416 Reformed. We got Cool Gamer. What's good? Chaos Rain. What's going on? Indigo Flow. Hostile Adept said sup. I can answer that question for you. I see the ceiling. Ceiling's the limit. No, I'm just well, what's good? Good to see you. Carlton Way 1. What's going on? RPM, what's up? All right, just yeah, we just thank you for participating, guys. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the members of the channel. They are as follows: Greg, Aaron P, Phil Brad, Zentober, Toya the Tutor, Indigo Flow, Gold Professor underscore Gold Star P underscore GP exclamation point, D Rock Den, American Negro, D Scott, Andre 416 Reformed, and Black Light Revelations 2. And thank you for your support month after month. It really means a great deal to me. And for those of you out there who might be thinking about becoming a member, it's not a bad decision. I'll say that. All right. And also last but definitely not, well, two more. Really sorry. The replay gang. Yes, your presence is important as well. People who take their time to check the streams out, when because I do leave my streams up, so I appreciate your participation as well. Leave a comment. Black Pearl left a comment, on last night's, saying that, replay gang. I've seen Mr. Suge to you also do that as well. Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83rd Power does it. And there's a couple more people. So for people who are in the replay game, please keep that up, man. Just let the YouTube algorithm know, that you are acknowledging that this might be some content that you like to check out. But for each and every one of you, press that like button on the way in. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And shout out to the habitual line steppers. Shoot. Hope everything is good with each and every one of you. We pretty much are, man. I'm just saying we have the quality of life, and we also have a passion for doing this YouTube thing as well. So yeah, those exist for the numb nuts out there who like to say certain, dumb things. And you know who you are. Search your feelings. Yeah. And you know what? This is also a topic that I don't mind receiving a little smoke on. So I've never been the type that just will outright hate a motherfucker for disagreeing. So just always try to keep that in mind. I'm kind of a guy that's in the middle at this point. For some of you out there though, because I am, mid 40s, I am an old nigga. I've joined that crowd. I got gray in my beard. I think I got a slight ache in my back. I think so. I still am able to walk upright pretty much and carry things. So I don't think that I don't think that constitutes as dead or any. I'm still here. So I get it. There's lots of black men that's had impact in a lot of you lives that in a lot of your lives that have died young because of decisions that they've made. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, don't be mad at those guys for surviving. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with some of you guys. Seriously. I don't think that people by any stretch of words should get away with disrespecting you, whether they're 98 years old or I would even go as far as to say 19. 19 is not a kid. And if you're coherent enough to get on a YouTube stream at 98 years old, hey, I hope that people can show you that respect, because I was raised that way. Good guys are raised that way. We were raised to respect our elders, but no one gets a pass to be disrespectful. But see, the thing is with the old niggas is like, um, if they get a little grumpy, we're not supposed to care. It's like, I've never seen a generation of young men who are willing, like, and don't say this doesn't happen, willing to submit to the mentality of horrible women that can't respect an older man. A man that has done the one thing you have yet to do: survive. The nerve. And I'm targeting everybody that does it. And you can believe that I'm talking about you, and that maybe you are attacking old men or older men that decide to participate in this space. Maybe it is you, maybe it isn't you, but any one of you can ask. Some of you are going to be straightforward with your feelings of this, phenomenon called age. Yeah. Once you are born, you start the process of becoming older. Granted, no tragic event brings a halt to that. at any given point in time, but it will come to you naturally one day. It's gonna happen to all of us. And quite frankly, for some of you, y'all little snide and smug attitudes, I can't wait for it to happen to you. Because I guarantee you, on the way up, there were guys that were my age that were in a lot worse shape. Don't be one of those guys. As I was growing up, I'm talking about 32, 35. And it's because they weren't taking care of themselves. I at least drink water. It's not a bad idea. But anyway, I'm just like, okay, if I am a good guy, Black Light Revelations too. I see you down there. What's good? Who else is down there? Pastor, hurry up and buy. See, don't get me wrong. I don't care what you do. I don't care what y'all do. Y'all can complain about old niggas till the fucking cows come home. Disrespect your elders. See, that was the ethic. We got raised with the ethic of respect your elders. I'm not saying that you got to sit on your nuts and not, shut up and shit like that or be some old man's bitch. I'm not saying that because I know how young niggas and mid niggas love to misinterpret things. That seems to be in our DNA for the most part, and it's a shameful way to go about thinking. My bad if if I would let an elder speak. I'm not going to let an elder dominate. I feel like since I'm at the midpoint age, I'm to that age where I can pretty much hold my own in any conversation without being disrespectful, of course. I mean, for real, man. They've I don't know. I don't know. I guess I miss the older men that I grew up around in my family that tried to be great examples for me that are no longer here. Also, my dad, who is still here, my real dad. Sometimes I still kind of seething about that YouTube daddy remark. I'm trying to let it go because I know who my father is. And then my challenge to each and every one of you that be calling guys, saying content creators got YouTube daddies. I mean, my challenge to you guys is, do you know where your daddy is? I'm dead ass serious. You know where your father is, your real father, your biological father, the guy that nutted in your mother to procreate you. I'm talking about that man right there. Because a lot of that shit is daddy issues. I don't know how. I mean, look, I come to this YouTube platform, and you have to understand that it's like, well, look, whatever happened, if your father wasn't there, I'm sorry for my lack of empathy. Yeah, somebody should have been there for your ass. Period. That's all there is to it. A solid male figure of some type. I'm sorry if your father wasn't there, but I have to say I don't have a fucking thing to do with it. I ain't have a fucking thing to do with it. For the most part, I haven't met 99.9% of you physically. Not to say that, it's a small world. Anything could happen, as long as you're allowed to breathe on this big green earth. But, you know, I'm just saying, man. I mean, for those of you who went through it because your father wasn't there, I mean, what? My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All of it ain't funny. All of it ain't meant to be a slick diss. But man, some of y'all got some attitudes, man. It's just like shit. You have this mindset where you disrespect anyone you see as authority, and that's kind of an insecurity right there. And we're grown men. We're allowed to disagree. I'm not saying anything. You got to agree with everybody. Because see, this is where people's minds go. Oh, you gotta agree. You saying we just gotta agree with them. You say that we can't call them out. Call out anybody you want. That's I kind of like it that way. I like when people call each other out. I mean, when it's at a basic information level, not no, I'm gonna whoop your ass, and you stay in California and I stay in South Carolina. I ain't talking about nothing like that. Intellectual, verbal sparrings. I mean, shit. Shoot, I'm all for that. Debates, whatever. But damn. See, I got the idea as a young nigga that, it was my own unfair assessment of our people. When you you told a line of being called a self-hater when you say stuff like this, especially in 2023. But the thing is like, I used to, all because of things that I observed that used to happen. I used to say things like niggas can't go nowhere and have a good time ever. I used to say stuff like that. I used to carry that in my back pocket. I used to think like that. And then to see it in a virtual space, that shit is hilarious because that means that you can't go nowhere. And ain't shit can't pop off. And sometimes shit be cool, man. Sometimes shit be cool. Sometimes the dynamic is entertaining. I'll go ahead and admit that. But the disrespect part, the parts that are disrespectful, that's what I'm talking about. If they disrespect, like I said, if you didn't hear me say this 5 minutes ago, if they disrespect you first, fair game. But we if we're going, if my expectation for black men, I try to set it at somewhat reasonable based upon my own direct character. Like, I'm not the benchmark, but just think about it this way. You judge what's within your scope, what's within your limits, but you're always allowed to disagree with any type of info, whether it's, bad info and, just fucking untrue. You're allowed to disagree with that. But outright disrespect, fair game. If they disrespect you, if you feel that you being bullguarded, you got every right to stand up for yourself. But really, when they say things like old niggas gotta go, what do they really mean? What do they really mean? They want to kick old niggas out. They want to cast out. They want to pick up a rock off the ground and throw it at somebody over 50 years old and tell them to get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of where? Go where? What the fuck are you talking about? That's for those who are saying it. And let me say this again. You don't have to agree with me. You don't. I won't be mad at you. I will go to sleep and hopefully wake up. Waking up is a any day above ground. I was raised like that too. So and you ain't gotta care about it. You ain't gotta care the fact that, I can respect the young nigga just like I can respect the old nigga. All around respectful. But when I see people doing it half-ass, it's like it's only so much that you can let happen before you just can't not, hold it back anymore. Think of it this way. It's kind of like I'm not gonna use that analogy and kill that. I think of some other way to say that. But the pursuance of such to prove once and for all is we are going to crush the older generation. Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry with the older generation? They failed. They let the white man win. All that other bullshit that y'all ain't supposed to care about. the college guys was picking up your girlfriends in high school or the girl that you liked or your prom date. Like what is it? I want to know because a lot of you guys are very disrespectful. I know this isn't the smoke show, but this is the kind of thing that I see. Hey, if you're listening, you can leave it in the comment section. If you're on replay time. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't like to fight, but things have to be said. I don't like disunity, and I have to champion that position. Nobody in this space is like that. Maybe except Roger. Roger say be a ruthless nice guy. I believe that too. But outside of that, who else in this space is like that? Who else? Who else champions the unity of black men? Who else? Content creators. Name a content creator right now. Right now. Name one content creator. In the chat, in the live chat. Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83rd Power. What's good? Black Guru Strikes. What's good, Elder? I mean, that's just me. That is just that is just who I am, and that's me asserting my position. No one else on this planet has to take that position. Let's make that perfectly fucking clear. Even though I do consider myself a part of the Black Manosphere, and yeah, I'm just so much. I'm waiting on the blowback from this supposed investigation from Homeland Security. I am so waiting on that. Like, I mean, if only it were that serious. Some of you guys are idiots. Like, Jesus. Ugh. 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 I mean, annoying folks. Who challenges my position on this? I guarantee anything you can come up with will mean piss and shit to oppose anything that I am saying right now. I said you can disagree, but to try to flat out destroy it now. I like to act my age. See, I'm in between. I might still can like kind of throw down with a 35 or 40-year-old or something like that. If they're not a mixed martial artist or some shit. Hell no. No, I ain't gonna go into getting my ass whooped. I'm always trying to go into playing, and only if I have to. Like it's not something I go looking for. Because you know how some of y'all get, listening to the WS narratives on the television screen. Man, all black men want to do is kill each other. Like, I'm just gonna wake up and say, man, I gotta find me a nigga to kill. No, man. I don't want to be bothered with folks half the time. You know what pisses me off sometimes? And I guess that's that old guy in me. It's like when I see somebody I know in public, like at a Walmart or a grocery store, I don't want to fucking talk to you. Like, seriously, I want to pick up whatever the fuck I want to pick up, like frozen pizza or what the fuck. I don't eat frozen pizza, but sometimes. But it's just like, or the deodorant or something. Like, and just let me the fuck go. But since we're in this YouTube space, and since it's said very, very often, and you gotta communicate with people on YouTube, not in real life. Isn't that funny as shit? If you just really think about it. Shoot. But anyway, listen up, guys. I'm gonna drop the link. I know it ain't Smoke Show Sunday. I want the smoke on this. I want somebody to come up here and say, fuck those old niggas. Like I've been hearing, and it's not just at one broadcast, it's said a lot. Who the fuck are you at the end of the day? Are you banking on dying if you're like 30 to 35 or even in that 29, 27 area? I don't want you to die early, man. I want you to experience life. I want you to understand is when you reach my age, it is inevitable. You will see the bullshit. No matter how you try to fight, try to cry, try to simp, you will see the bullshit. It's gonna happen. You know, don't think you already see the bullshit. I mean, some, some of you guys. I'll admit some of you, but for the most part, man, you know, just why do any of these sectors in these black sectors in YouTube exist? Because it's happening in real life, and some of you are just too slow to admit that. This is about shit that's happening in real life. It's a lot of division. This is just one very small part of it. Old versus young. If ever a guy named Willie Lynch existed, I would believe it. Seriously. You guys behave just like all of that shit says. And I'm not saying this on some Hotep pro black shit because I say this as somebody who doesn't fancy those ideologies as something is as efficient. I'm not saying that you gotta put up a goddamn security guard stand at the end of everybody's house who's black and shit and have a cape and a sword. Like, I ain't saying all that, man. He's trying to tell us to save the community. Some people like the idea of the community because see, everybody else gets to have a fucking community. And you got dumb niggas, you know. You know, there's old niggas, there's young niggas, there's dumb niggas. You know, y'all love to use that word nigga. Nigga, nigga, nigga. There's anime niggas too. That's like if they did have a dad, they're pissed off at their dad because he tried to make them throw a football instead of sitting down and watching Dragon Ball Z for the thousandth time. Like, I'm sorry that happened to you guys, but have some fucking respect. Everybody who does that disrespect shit wants respect. I swear. Name one of the motherfuckers that doesn't. Name me a person that participates in any of these chats, a content creator that doesn't want respect. Name one. I mean, for real. Their perception of such. That's what we're talking about. You know, put yourself in someone else's shoes just for a second. Even though the motherfuckers may stink because they ain't washed their feet or something. I don't fucking know. Just try to understand. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you how to live. I don't fucking want to. But I will challenge mentalities. So let's do this. Pastor, seriously, man. Dragon Ball Z that can throw a football. Yeah. I know. I ain't officer. I mean sergeant. I know. Shoot, you know, there. I watch Dragon Ball Z. I've been in the gym. I've thrown a football. You know, I played basketball. Not on a team, but you know, court. You know, street ball court. Regular shit, neighborhood stuff. You know, I've also partaken in cannabis, but I'm out of your jurisdiction, so. Boy, those were the days. Dragon Ball Z and cannabis. Oh, how dare you get up there like that? I don't know, man. I just uh no, dude, don't get me wrong. Let me in fact, let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. I fucks with Dragon Ball Z, man. I fucks hold up. Yeah, I fucks with Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. You know, just like this. I'm gonna, cause man, cause I was watching one of these chats, while I was listening to one of these content creators, and then there's one of these, I don't know, millennial Gen Zer guys who love to be smug about old niggas. There's talking about niggas love Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I get it. I understand, man. Shit. I got like the orange box DVD set of the entire Dragon Ball Z. So I mean, I got the games too. And then they got that Tenkaichi 4 or Sparking Zero coming out on whatever game system. So yeah. Yeah, I fucks with all of it. But not everybody, like, just because you like, here's the point I'm about to make. Just because niggas watch Dragon Ball Z doesn't mean that they are necessarily cool guys. And I mean, like, you got to think this about the thousands and thousands that do this. So don't unsub just yet. I mean, just, oh, what did you say about Dragon Ball? Unsub, like, yeah, Goku is the motherfucking man. Yeah, Death Battle keeps screwing them over on that Superman battle. Like, you keep, like, Superman is hella strong. Superman is like the first superhero. I don't expect any fictional character to win a fight against Superman, if you want me to be honest. But if there anybody that comes a lot closer than the motherfucker say, it is fucking Goku. Now, if it were Sun Wukong, the guy that Goku is based on, no contest. Period. Sun Wukong got it all day. For anybody who know about Journey to the West. So anyway, let's get back to the topic. Let's get back to the topic. I'm gonna talk about this nerd shit one day. Seriously. Shit. Yeah, I mean, it ain't necessarily nerd shit because cool guys watch that stuff too. Uh-huh. Yeah, and old ninjas. Shit. Okay. All right. Especially main continuity Superman. Yeah, man. Superman is so fucking broken. Goku or Hulk, Goku. I mean, Hulk is a world breaker, but Goku, if he wanted to, is a universe breaker. So, I mean, is that it is what it is. The Hulk is my favorite comic book character, which is why I'm so fucking angry with the MCU. But Goku got him. Ray, man, what's good, man? How's it going, man? Hey, Ray is going through some tornado hit his area and it devastated his immediate community. So, I think they still out of. Are y'all still out of power? So, I mean, it's just support wherever you can. Okay, but you commented like you got a signal. Death Battle got it right. Goku would lose. Man, that's the reality I gotta face, man. You can't be two against Superman. I mean, like I said, Superman is the first superhero ever. I mean, just that motherfucker destroyed the solar system with a sneeze. Like, it's just ridiculous, ridiculously strong. And Charles Faulkner, you saying that Goku and Hulk will fight to a standstill? Well, let me go back in some of these comments. Shoot. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. The black community doesn't typically respect their elders. I mean, it used to be like that. It used to be. I mean, unless I just come from a more stable background. I mean, I'm not bragging on that. I'm not saying that it was perfect. Everything was just roses, and I used to leave this. I used to leave home in white outfits every day. Now, but I mean the way I was raised by respectable people. I know that people want to hear more messy shit being said, in these kinds of spaces. So I'm gonna do it the other way with this one. Just don't like I said, no, nobody gets to be disrespectful. That's the context I'm putting, but I'm not gonna try to bow up. Like, what does it look like? Okay, let's just say this. Like, if an older man, like I would say, you know, if like I'm in the grocery store, I'm trying to pick up a bag of chips, and then there's a 70-year-old man, he coming through and he's like, get out of the way, young blood, and then he bump his elbow into me. I'm not gonna swing on him. I'm not gonna swing on him. I'm not. I'll probably laugh. I'll probably chuckle because that presents absolutely zero threat to me. That's just that just to give you an idea. Some of y'all out there, I'll knock that old motherfucker out. No, man, no, no. Somebody out there gonna say, man, he said he let an old man elbow him. Then somebody be thinking that it's that Macho Man Randy Savage shit. Nah, man. Mm-mm. What up, PK? '07 panel. Any of these panels? Any of them? LOL, my dad texts me every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Count me into the old nigga club, 56 years old. You made it, man. You made it. Shoot, you made it. People need to be proud for the people who have made it, because see, we're so quick. A lot of people are so quick to disrespect the ones that died. Let me put that right there. And I mean, shit, y'all so quick to disrespect them. And I mean, like, maybe maybe a lot of dead folks did things that rub folks the wrong way. So, I've said, like, I don't ever have like any kind of like respect for like a slave master or just outright murderous races. If they die a horrible death, I don't give a shit. But a man speaking his opinion, seriously. Thanks. I used to be on that fuck them old nigga shit when I was a teenager. Then I learned from my elders that they actually had knowledge to teach. Yeah, they know a lot of shit you don't. And I mean, like, I'm not saying that you can't survive without guidance, but you have a pretty good chance of fucking up if you don't have any. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There you go. There go hybrid. What's good, people? Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power. I saw BGS down there too. Old BGS Ilmore, the most controversial elder in the space. And the reason why a lot of these guys go at BGS is because BGS is BGS, number one. And number two, uh, shit, I lost it. Oh, because they want to, because they're competing to be the second most controversial elder in the space. Dudes, man, I'm like, chill, nigga. You 34, 35 years old. Like, y'all don't hear me though. You did not hear me. I used to say it, then I realized I am talking about myself too. Okay, so Pastor, you one of them what you saying is that you have a black dad? Your daddy black? You got a black uncle, black brother, black cousin, black son? Like, I think you do have children, man. I mean, hope they're healthy and doing well. So Uh, I mean, whatever y'all got, we get it. Talk about some dumb old niggas don't know what they talking about. I mean, shit, nobody's perfect. No, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. Kev, it's not perfect. He said it here. Clip it. That nigga said he ain't perfect. You know what I'm saying? You're some, a lot of y'all just always just trying to find something to complain about. That nigga said he wasn't perfect. That nigga said he don't read books. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, when I get time, I mean, if I publicly said that, will I be forgiven? I know we don't forgive black men, especially the older ones. You know, my brain slipping. You know, shit, fuck out of here. Waking up is a gift. You goddamn right. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power. You got that right. People, please hit the like button like it's correlated. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hell, I raised my kids. Don't be mad at me because your daddy didn't want you or your mom. See, man, we gotta take into account the collective ruthlessness. You know, I'm for fortifying. That's what it is, man. And I don't think you can do that being a bad guy. I was talking to and about you the other day. Okay, I put that up there because, like, you know, I often like return respect if I'm given respect. You know, it's not about any amount of brown nosing. I will say this for everyone, and this is 100%. Once you cross me, fair game, and that's only fair because I expect the same treatment if I cross you. I expect it. So now that we understand, man, god damn. Sick Diggy. What's good? There's Sick Diggy DJ B side 1965. What is up, my brother? You're 100% correct, Kev. The universal disrespect for black men is off the charts. And some of these niggas ain't helping that. Some of these niggas ain't helping that. But you know, that's what happens when you're a group of people that you nitpick when the first thing you need to nitpick on is yourself. And I try to think of a better way to say that. Take a look in the mirror, man. You know. Investigation, man. Yeah, man. Supposedly, Department of Homeland Security is gonna rain down like furious vengeance on the black manosphere, as some of these content creators say. And I'm sitting up there like, I mean, if you're on YouTube and you say some crazy terroristic shit, then maybe you deserve to be looked at. If you're on YouTube and you say that kind of thing beyond the community standards, and somebody does something crazy based on your words, which a lot of these guys are that a lot of the haters, the lot of the haters try to push that narrative anyway. Like, you know, we're leading young men down a dark road. I mean, look, whatever road they didn't like being on, they were already there before they came to any of these spaces. Seriously. What needs to happen, like in the beginning of everybody's life, is that you need to have a value system instilled by the ones who take care of you, whether that's one person or two. You know, don't be a weak motherfucker and just start to just listen to motherfuckers because, you know, and I ain't saying you weak. I mean, there are plenty of people that are looking for answers. There's nothing wrong coming to YouTube looking for answers. Don't tell everybody to go get therapy. I'm not against it, but you know, you if you're an asshole, you know, you have absolutely zero fucking right to tell anyone to go get therapy. And I know some of you, I'm not an asshole. Yes, you are. So it's nothing wrong. Hey, you know what? If I can offer a word that can help somebody, and it actually helps somebody, hey, you know what? I'm not going to deny them that help. I'm not going to deny them that. So so we understand. So we understand. But dissing folks, nah, that gets the response. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. I've done it in the past. I mean, like, maybe out of 930 videos, I think I got up now, not on the channel, and maybe I've done it 5 times. Anybody that knows the history really of this channel right here, yeah, maybe 5 times I have, went at someone, so to speak. Not really go at them, just point out what happened and a mild fuck you, and then just I'm on my way, man. I'm just going about my business, speak my piece, going about my business, not say too much about it. Not spend 4 months, 5 months, 2 years on it. If you got to spend 2 years on something, you're failing. Oh man, fuck them niggas for the 57 11th time. From 2019 to 2025. Like, oh man, that campaign is too long. That's like enough time to get a job, get experience in that field, and soar to heights in a new career. That's enough time. That's enough time to have a kid and see it in first grade or second, depending on how persistent you guys are. Come on, man. All I'm saying is live life, man. I ain't got time to sit up there and hate on somebody just because they are older and they might be slightly grumpy. They earn that right. They've been through more than you have. I'm not saying take disrespect. I'm just saying there's going to be a level of grumpy that comes with that. At least that was the way I was taught. I mean, some of y'all motherfuckers act like y'all Greek Spartan motherfuckers, man. Y'all you just come from all these warrior tribes. Ain't nobody around here in America from no damn warrior tribe. We challenge our fathers. I mean, do you first know who that guy is before you talk about that? Trying to be like a civilization you never seen because you were in America. Shoot, stop the cap. Homeland Security investigation. Like I said, if you are seeing crazy terroristic stuff, and then somebody just and let me stop saying that because these little sleeper cells will come up with an idea. This is an idea from them too. Like, let me stop saying this shit. I don't want the vibe to increase in a futile effort to bring down people with an opinion. Disagreements is one thing. Blatant disrespect for elders is some single mother raised behavior. Yeah, because they ain't been talk shit. Nigga ain't been talk shit. All you been taught is go get your mama some cigarettes, like your daddy said some of them years ago. He was going to get mama some cigarettes. Nigga never came back. So you come back with cigarettes with my change. That's how they do. Kind of like Smokey on Friday. Make it enough. Yeah, but in this YouTube scape, we all go through it. Maybe not me so much too often, or maybe I don't feel like it's happened, but we all go through it. We have to take our bumps. Especially on the vocal level. This is all vocal. Ain't nobody pulling up on nobody. So I can say stuff like all I want, like, some of you dudes need to be kick them in their fucking nuts. You know, it's it may never come true. I can accept that. You know, nobody, no, it doesn't have to happen. Nobody in that person's life is gonna, you know, you can accept that they will ever get the idea of kicking that person in the nuts. We are on the internet. We are all in a virtual space, and all we're trying to discuss is like basically everybody is trying to discuss what the fuck is going on. That is all. It's not that serious. It doesn't have to be a fight to the death. What the fuck does a virtual fight to the death look like? Fuck you, no, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, Nick. Like niggas be like bleeding and shit, bleeding out. Man, nobody's doing shit, bruh. That's all I'm saying. Respect your goddamn elders. Well, this good guy right here will come for you. The good guy. Man, boy, I tell you the truth. Like, you almost like when somebody calls you that, you almost take it as an insult. Almost. But it's all good, man. Once you really start to think about the context of what that means. So yeah, I'll portray the good guy. I'll be the respectable one. That's what I'll do. I will champion justice. We're on YouTube. All right. I will champion justice. BGS Ibmore said, who cares about them? Who cares about them? I don't know, man. I just thought it was worth mentioning. That's all. That's it, man. You know, just coming up with a stream on a topic on something that I see quite often. I mean, shit, you know, just saying, you know, I don't really care the manner in which a person expires. I'm just saying, while we are all here, let's talk about it. Let's examine it. If you're doing well as a content creator, I can totally understand that, you know, that your focus is, you know, continuing to do your thing, because I mean, some people have some pretty good shit going on with their channel, so they don't have time to focus on, you know, people like that. They don't. But someone like me, who is a guy that fancies himself as being brutally honest, you know, if I want to know something, I ask. That's it. Many of us should be like that. If you want to know something, just ask. Many of you do already. So, you know, it doesn't have to come down to that. Man, what the fuck are you talking about? Fuck yeah, talking about. Yeah, I mean, it's all good if you do. So I hope y'all hitting that like button. It is 43 people in here. Thanks for watching. Please hit that like button. Another shout out to the replay gang. If you have made it this far in the broadcast, thank you for tuning in and helping to strengthen the algorithm. So, in fact, let me go ahead and check out how many likes I got. So, y'all must be wondering why I have that Ben Vereen Will Smith up there. And the main reason that is because I'm petty. Because I am fucking petty. Man, I got hold up. I got 3 of them. Jesus. They really hate that, you know, can't support the old niggas, man. Not the old niggas.
Now I'm feeling objectified by your male gaze.
Damn.
Like, man, what you trying to give him a pass for? Like that I can hear these motherfuckers as they press that dislike button now. Man, what you trying to give him a pass for? I ain't giving nobody a pass. Like, literally giving no one. Kev, you need to smoke a cigar with Charles. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I try to stay away from no tobacco, but you're only supposed to taste the smoke, you know. So, I mean, it's a small world. Maybe one day, but I know I can't have no illegal substances around them. So, I'll be careful with that. Goofy FD went at Goku. Who went at Goku? FD Signifier went at Goku. That's like looking for a dragon to slay, or Dragon Ball to slay. Like nigga. Well, you talking about Goku was patriarchal? Goku was scared of his wife, just like FD Signifier is. So they have a lot in common. If that's the FD you're talking about, if that's not the FD you're talking about, oops. In Maryland, marijuana is legal to smoke. Oh, alrighty. Alrighty. But I don't want you to get no side eyes, though, man. Mick Drama Bear. Superman is overpowered. Superman is a broken character. Superman has been around for decades upon decades. Of course, he has done all kinds of shit. Of course. Pre-baby mama era. You get your ass beat dissing your elders. Yeah. Yeah. Even though the man is 70, still doesn't give you the right to be an asshole. Yes, he should be respected, but he should be respectful. You're goddamn right. I need to get more like sound bits and like clips and shit, man. I see that as being sort of cool. But hey, Toya the tutor. Hey there, Lioness. How are you? How are you? Name the group of prosperous people who have callous disregard for their elders. Yeah. I mean, Pastor say doing great. Yeah, absolutely, man. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. They pass out that old money, everybody would chill out. PK Angel said, fuck them kids. Judge Dre, LOL. Judge Dre said, you're choppy. Oh, okay. I need to be closer to the mic then. Nub Glory says, Colonel Charles Faulkner, what do you think about the legal and political separation of Black American men from Black American women? Wednesday, I'm probably gonna do an overnighter. I'm gonna react to that broadcast on the Roger Report Live, that case for legal separation of Black women and from Black women, and I hope I do a good job reacting to it. I'm taking this one very seriously. I just want to let you guys know that. And listen thoroughly to what everyone has to say, and give if I have any critique or anything, to make sure that I deliver those messages in a mature and coherent fashion. So for those of you listening, I hope to see you guys Wednesday night. Yeah, and it should be interesting. So shout out to the Roger Report Live. Long live the habitual line steppers. So That's hilarious that you chose this pick, Filter Street. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's like cause like I think a lot of the disrespect is rooted in daddy issues. It 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 really is, man. I think it is. I had other pictures too. I could have chose. Like I really was like trying to stay focused on the monologue itself. Let me see. Let me show you the other pictures. Yeah. All right. See, let's go ahead and change to this one right here. Shoot, I'm trying to stop some crazy shit from happening, because I'm a good guy and I champion that position. Diplomacy. Yeah. I'm not trying to run for shit, but I'm just saying I just want to be, what do they call it? What do they call it in a professional workplace? A champion of change. So yeah. Toya the Tutor. Hashtag hit the like. Thank you. Thank you very much for that excellent idea. And Ray, just great minds think alike. Hit that like button. Sun is hot, Rob. What's good? That man said I'm only a part-time asshole. So part of the time I'll tell him to go get therapy. He said, hit the like button like it's a game of bloody knuckles. Here go Judge Dre. That man said Charles Faulkner. What he said? I'm not an asshole. I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate. All right. Judge Dre, I'm not an asshole between the hours of 2 and 3 a.m. on February 29th. Wow. That's basically the whole year. Oh, boy. The whole year minus 1 hour. Like, let me make sure my math is right. You know how motherfuckers like to clip shit. Man, that motherfucker can't even do math, man. Like, yeah, 2 and 3 a.m. That's 1 hour. Yeah, let's look at that. You know how people love to complain about shit. I mean, like dudes will complain about you being old, complain about you speaking. Motherfucker be like, man, shit, man. Let me tell you something, man. I had a Big Mac today, and the Big Mac was actually good. Then you got some nigga saying, man, that nigga talking about he would eat Big Macs, man. Shit. Nigga ain't talking about nothing over there. Like, chill the fuck out. There's a difference between elders and old fools, niggas. We honor and respect our elders. The problem is when y'all insult our intelligence and thinking we can't tell the difference. No, son is hot, Raw. I would never ever think, especially for what you have presented, think that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I wouldn't do that. I'm in the void right now. I'm not quite having new aches and pains and shit. And I'm still able to somewhat communicate with the younger crowd. I mean, that shit's fading because you got the little yacht and the young Uzi Vert generation coming through. So I mean, it's whatever with them niggas. But I mean, for the most part, if you 35, 40, that group close to it, then we good. Maybe even 29, 28. But yeah. Shit. Kev, they want the money. No one has a right to absolute respect by virtue of age. Accurate. I mean, as a DHS in the 700,000, that's nothing to the internet, man. We want you to take a survey. We want you to see if you're offended by this Reddit entry right here. I hear is Reddit, man. Talk about manosphere on Reddit. Yeah. And then I'm like, Reddit as in not YouTube. Ain't nobody coming for us, man. Stop. Just stop. Just stop, man. I almost left a comment on one of them videos talking about that shit, man. Trying to do the SpongeBob mocking language. The manosphere is no more. Like, stop. Stop trying to kill a virtual space. With what gun? With what e-bullets? Just stop. The old niggas ruined it for me. Even though I live with myself. Like, Jesus. Sorry, guys. I'm not acting my age right now. I'm acting like I'm 45 right now. Like, dad went out for milk and has been gone for 30 years. Mm-hmm. Carlton Way 1. Phil Brad was good. The haters have hit rock bottom. Those poor clowns can't even fall up. Haters gonna hate, potatoes gonna potate. You know, unless I have solid evidence, I'm not gonna say they're complete losers. I mean, you know, we always want to when we make claims, we always want solid evidence. That's a problem I have with a lot of these guys. Like, you know, it is what it is. It's the mentality. I'm not attacking them personally. You attack the mentality. That man said death battles over the internet conversational disagreements hilarious to me. Yeah. E-bleeding. Yeah, e-bleeding, man. I mean, like just on the cusp of e-death and shit. Because somebody let out the ultimate fuck you spirit bomb. Like, boy. I mean, said I am an ex Call of Duty gamer, so I'm used to people trolling online. Yeah, trolls. Yeah, I used to do a little bit of that myself. I mean, people would call it trolling, but I would actually call it introducing factual information to debunk your claims. And, you know, and people turn around and tell me "fuck you" anyway. I mean, I don't run into people that say, "Oh my God, facts." Oh, I like you now. You know, I don't run into too many people like that. Some, but not many. What you gonna do, Kale? Cyber punch me? I mean, for real, stick your cheek out, man. You know, I'm gonna swing hard as fuck, son, as hot rock, and I guarantee you, 1,000% of the time, you will feel nothing from that. Not even the wind that cuts through the air as I throw the punch, man. I can swing as hard as I want, man. Son is hot raw will not be receiving a punch from this guy behind the screen. And people try to make it out like people try to make it out like they can, like that's somehow gonna happen. I'll fuck you up, nigga. I'll fuck you up too. Where you stay at? I stay in I stay in France. Where you stay at? The southern tip of Florida. Yeah, I'm coming as soon as I get the money. As soon as I save a couple paychecks, I'm coming over there. Like, nobody's doing that shit, bro. Oh God. I'm gonna send your ass a virus. I'm a yeah. I'm gonna infect your computer. I'm gonna put a Trojan horse in an email. Let's see. Nub Glory. DeSantis and Haley, two puppets for the multimillionaire and billionaire donors, are unable to shrink President Trump's overwhelming lead. This is great news. I'm gonna tell you, like I told you, I think in Faulkner's chat one time, I'm a bit indifferent to politics. Like I want to see certain people win just to see the look on folks' face. I mean, because really, like at the end of the day, I mean, it is whatever. I mean, I should go ahead and just probably brush up on my geopolitics just to have that information. But I mean, I just don't see where it's just like, you know, how you can defeat anything if you take advantage of the knowledge and information that you can get about opportunities. You know, just continue to strive to improve yourself, and all of the symbolism. But I also believe in not putting yourself in a position to fuck yourself. So shit. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I haven't been on it lately like that, but I'm gonna brush up on my politics and see what's going on for real. uh PK Angel says Superman isn't even a character. He has a power fantasy. Mary Sue prove me wrong. Mary He Man is not Superman. I'm sorry. I'm talking Superman or Mary Sue. I only apply that shit. Mary Sue means more than undefeatable. Mary Sue means is just because you're a female, that means that you are great at everything, and everybody likes you for some unearthly reason, because they usually pick insufferable female archetypes to cover that Mary Sue thing. But if any man can encompass what a Mary Sue is, like male fictional character, then I probably would have to concede and agree that Superman is exactly that. Uh, Information Man show was good. Superman got spanked twice. Shoot, I heard Icon got him. The black superhero from damn, I keep forgetting, Milestone, the Milestone side of DC, with Hardware and Blood Syndicate. Those people. But just in case, Ray, put them in the chat. Your soul is required in hell. Oh, for real, man. Nino Brown sitting up there calling dude old niggas and shit. He paid the ultimate price, man. In the courthouse. Indy Courthouse. I know it was a movie. Oh, there he is. Narratives and dialogue. Salute just like Coffee Nino. February 29th comes once every 4 years, so you fucked up already. Leap year. God damn. Oh man. Like damn. Shit, I should have recognized that. I was trying to speed. I'll use the excuse that I was trying to speed through. February 29th is leap year. I shouldn't have missed that. Oh, McDrama Bear's in here. I ain't shout out McDrama Bear. Oh shit. What's good, man? What's good, McDrama Bear? They did a what if Superman turned evil and Batman win. Because Batman has a contingency for everything. And prep time. Because he's Batman. Well, I'm sorry, man. But one thing though, Batman get whooped by a lot of motherfuckers, man. I can't think of a scenario where Batman would beat Wolverine. I can't think of one. It's not coming to me. Maybe that's why they did an amalgamation, in the comics where they combine Marvel and DC characters, they combine Wolverine and Batman, which ultimately didn't work out because, it's, yeah. But anyway. Art and Stall, what's going on? Let me open up this panel. Let me open up this panel. Just if somebody wants to come up, you can. If not, I will continue to rant. But it's been an hour and 17 minutes. That's enough time for you to tolerate me and me alone. I appreciate it though. Shit. Shoot. Let me check my likes. Let me see if I got any more likes. Somebody took away one of their dislikes. Oh man, he played the video, man. PK, what's good?
What up, bro?
Yeah. What do you what are you taking away from this rant? What all right. We got all these guys. Oh, we got Grand Regent Thrag in the room. So hey,
Oh, Charles, that came up. I'm pissed. Charles, are you coming for me, man? Oh no! Oh
I think you,
no!
I think you pissed off. It's impossible for an idiot to piss me off.
I wish I were an idiot. That ain't the case, though.
I mean,
That'd be you.
the sad part is more than the case. But anyway,
If only that were true. Damn, what's that about, man? I'm an idiot now.
Unfortunately, it's true, but damn. But anyway,
Well, I'm not you. It can't be possible.
I know you're not smart. That's why.
You mean an idiot because that's what you implied I was, right?
Stop calling yourself by your real name. Don't expose yourself to the internet.
Oh shit! I thought that was you taking off your clothes, man. I thought that was you.
See, that's how we know you're an idiot. You don't even
Well,
know
that's how you look when you come outside every day.
We don't even.
365 days a year.
Dude, you have a permanent dunce cap on your head. Super glue.
Oh shit! Really?
Damn.
Just a dunce cap?
Man.
But I'm not the man with the stutter or lisp and doesn't know how to spell, right? That'd just be you.
No, that would be you, actually. Because many a time you just have the damn list. We just waiting for you to actually speak. So
Look at you. You lisping it up right now. You can say the list and shit, man. Get the dick out your mouth, man. Stop it.
Man, I mean, shit. Not only do you have the
I know you at work, man, but come on, man.
Not only you have the fat girl titty in your mouth, but then you got the penis in your ear. Damn, can you hear him coming?
I mean, I was gonna give props for the titty in the mouth, but you know, once the penis came in, I couldn't do nothing.
Well, that's what the guy paid him to do everything. I mean, it's
you ain't got to do no convincing when it comes to Charles. I mean, he is an idiot after all. Anytime he sees penis, he's on it.
Look, you must be in the truck again. Are you driving this time, or are you playing a part of the Blot Lizard?
Well, look, man, I can hear you and the train going in the background. You don't hear that? And unfortunately, you ain't participating. You're the one on it.
I hear that old white guy with the creepy hands on you. Ooh.
All right. But in all seriousness, man, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, man. Like, let's keep it real. Superman is kind of, he's not a character that really gets too much character development.
No, he's
a character that he's a character that is essentially a what do you call it?
Let me put it to you this way, right? This is where people fuck up. If you want to talk about a male Mary Sue, Michael Sue, whatever the fuck, or Michael Steve, whatever the fuck the term is, it would be Batman more than Superman. He has character.
Right there. I didn't want to get on this shit, but I'm on it now. Yo. That's why old niggas got to go right there. Right
there. Let me put it to you this way.
I don't give a damn about no Superman and Batman. That's why old niggas got to go. I didn't want to do this shit.
I told you, man. I told y'all.
Shut up while grown folks are talking. But anyway,
I told you niggas be like that.
Shut the fuck up when grown folks are talking. That's what you need to do. Shut the fuck up. And I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why. When you look at these characters, they have a lot of development. It's just that people don't read. They go by. The problem is people go by speculation off of other people. Like people be like, I like Storm. You know, that's my favorite X-Men. Okay, what's your favorite story arc with Storm? If somebody told me that Storm of the X-Men was a boring character, I can't defend it. She kind of is.
Well, I think there's a fundamental difference when you make that argument about, you know, someone who has a lot of movies, anime, not anime, what do you call it? You know, animated films, not anime. You get the point though. When it comes to things like Superman and Batman, X-Men doesn't have nearly as much exposure as Superman does in the popular culture.
X-Men had a lot of exposure in the 90s.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying it's not equal.
They had just as many, if more, video games. Yeah. Batman only just recently surpassed them because they had about 5 fucking videos. I mean, you had the X-Men on Genesis. Before that, you had the arcade game. You had the Super Nintendo game.
No, but
you had.
Let's revisit this. I didn't want to come up here and talk specifically about that. I just was kind of making fun of you talking shit about me.
All them niggas,
you know, we were talking trash.
Not real.
We always talk trash.
Well, look, guys. Let's come back to this. Let's come back to this because this wasn't the original topic. This was just kind of an aside, right?
This is the part where homie in the chat, right? Like right here on the panel. Like, I just want to talk about these old niggas. I don't give a fuck about the old ones, the new ones. At some point, niggas just irritate the fuck out of you, period.
Hey, Charles,
get over it. I just had a fucking meeting. With people who work for me. One got mad because he wanted to give advice. And I'm like, look, if somebody who wasn't involved wants to know what the situation's about, I'm letting him give the point to tell him what was about. Now, when you put yourself in a predicament, which you were warned about, and I told you not only verbatim, but I even painted the fucking picture like Vincent van Gogh. Hell, I even did photorealistic pictures. And you did not heed the warning. Guess what? This is the caveat that we have here between young niggas and old niggas. There's no real difference of definition.
Yeah, Charles.
Young niggas don't. I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna give you the floor. The reason why a lot of older dudes don't like helping younger dudes because younger dudes don't listen.
Thank you.
The reason why younger dudes don't like older dudes is because they don't respect them.
Definitely, I totally agree with that. Like myself.
And see, this is the caveat when younger dude wants his opinion to be spoken, and especially if he's patient, he should be heard. Then I can talk about if I agree or disagree. But once you have that older guy just totally disregard, what have you done that was respectful? Just because you're 70 years old does not mean I give you personal deference, especially if you're a 70-year-old fuck up. Now, I will respect you for the basic respect of being a human being. But if you're telling me, get out of the way, young blood, get the fuck out of the way, no. At some point, look, dude, you're going to have to be respectful. Well, I'm older than you. So are automobiles.
So I was going to say, like, the dude that came up that was like, this is why these old niggas got to go. Like, I ain't trying to cause no problem or no shit, but, like, I remember that stream that BGS had on his channel. And I'm pretty sure you were the dude that was like, that's my mom, though.
And I like to say this to McDrama Bear. He's not a godlike being. If you read the book, most of his villains are more powerful than him. Darkseid's an actual god. Now,
I think it's a little bit more simple than that with these old niggas and young niggas. I think old niggas got money that young niggas want and that they not willing to work for. You're going to see a whole lot of young niggas robbing old niggas, okay?
Well, how old are you?
I'm 35, so I understand it. I understand it.
No, you're not.
Dog, I'm 32, and I still
they're gonna rob the women.
So I don't know what that is.
You crazy? How they gonna rob these old niggas?
No, they're not. They're gonna rob the women because they're easier targets, dude.
They're gonna rob. See, you say that to feel comfortable, nigga. They gonna come and get you too.
To feel comfortable, bro.
Nigga, they gonna come and get your money.
Listen, this is why you're gonna rob. This is the reason why they're gonna rob the women. You're not factoring in all angles. They're gonna rob the women because one, they were raised by these younger women in the younger generation where we had respect and fear of other men coming to their rescue. They never did. See, this is the reason why they're gonna pick easier targets. That's the reason why. That's what they're doing. If you don't see none of the men worried about shit when COVID was a test. When everything hit the fan, were the men worried? No, they weren't.
I'll give you that.
Instead of just an emotional opinion, they're not worried at all. Period.
Now, old niggas ain't running around scared. I give you that. They're not walking around scared.
Why? Because what? Hey, man, you better come with the heat, or we got the heat too. They know that. Why am I going? I'm gonna get a target that's easier. I mean, think about it. I got no respect for. Think about it. Most of them don't like their mothers because their mothers didn't respect them. They have no respect for that, younger generation. They were never told not to hit girls or nothing like that. Of course, they're gonna do it. Or if anything,
So nothing really changed throughout the years in terms of violence, man. And you gotta understand, like, anytime times get rough and you got a bunch of fucking men that are unattached from children, the children become vagrants, and you know what happens? The men will kill them. It's already happened before. We've seen it happen in different periods in history. So the thing is that when the kids try to attack the men, or even when it's time to tamp down the kids, then what happens is the men get together and they wipe them out. So they may try to join gangs. They may try to join these small fiefdoms, so to speak, of bandits and ne'er-do-wells. And what happens is the men that are actually stable come together and stomp them out. They kill them.
Hey, yo, I was talking trash earlier, but you remember during like that, during those riots, right? When there was they tried to jump this black man. Didn't that nigga pull out a bow and arrow or something like that, or a gun? It was an old black man they tried to jump on. And I'll find that shit. It was an old black man they tried to jump on. Then they got mad that they protected themselves.
So I wanted to talk about what the original topic was, what Kev was talking about, because like I'm pretty sure I know what he's talking about, but I'm not 100%. But if he's talking about the same stream that I seen, there was a bunch of like, let's get rid of these old niggas, fuck these old niggas, like on the panel and in the chat, like there was a lot of that type of shit going on, and like. It's just blatant.
I don't.
I'm just like, what's wrong with these niggas?
Let me make myself absolutely clear. I don't like any of that shit wherever I see it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree to that. Yeah.
And like, and the fact that like they were going at like Black Guru for what he was trying to say, and they were like twisting his words and running with it. I'm just like, that's crazy.
What stream was this? Who said it? And all this other shit.
But wait a minute. This is what I've noticed too, because unfortunately, a lot of the young kids are a product of their environment.
No.
Wait. Listen. Before you interrupt me.
What is this?
Wait. But they're a product of their environment. Remember, they was raised by their women. They saw the women. Nobody can't tell them nothing. So that's basically a lot of the young men. They don't even want to listen. Like you can give them the keys to the city, and the motherfuckers wouldn't even listen to know where to go cash the check at. You know what I mean? Because as soon as you talk, if it takes more than 15 seconds, their attention span is gone. Like literally, that's one of the things with the teachers. They even tell you, like, you got like 45 seconds max to get these children to pay attention, and that's usually in anybody under 35.
Like what the fuck? What the fuck did any of this happen?
Charles, I sent it in the back chat for you.
That's fucking dumb. I'm playing Madden, doing something important. Like it's that's just the thing about it, right? One, I gotta admit this. If somebody's arguing about get rid of the old niggas, do we really have to take these niggas seriously?
Right.
Hi, this is
because
Jess.
I've really had to say.
Hey, this is Jess.
Who the hell is that?
Jess,
It's
how you doing, Jess?
What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, Jess.
I'm hanging in there. I have some questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I know, like, some of you on here have known me already from other streams or other channels, but I'm having an issue. I'm having an issue.
Okay.
So,
What's your issue?
I
don't know if
feel
BGS is. I don't know if BGS is still around, but you got Charles here.
Well, I'm feeling a little nervous for tomorrow. I did notice that my white boss didn't come to a meeting that he was supposed to lead, and I ended up having to lead it on my own. I did the best I can. I followed up with notes, and like his boss was there and other stuff, and I was just shocked that he would leave me like that. Any advice?
Be confident.
Rise to the occasion. You know,
Be confident.
like you usually people who pass the buck like that just want to you said white boss. Am I to assume that you are African American, melanated, black? What you know?
Yes,
Yes,
he
that's
is.
correct.
Okay.
That's my fault. Hold on, let me mute myself, man. Can you mute me?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear a big girl backing up. Now, come on.
Yeah,
All right.
that's his white boss.
That's that one of them lot lizards trying to get to him.
But I mean, the best thing I can tell you is to be confident. Speak on what you know. Don't speak on what you don't, because that's when you start to look foolish.
Well, no. So the meeting, we already had the meeting today. My boss just didn't show up. It was really kind of weird. His boss was there. My stakeholder was there. They were all asking, like, where is Lee? And I didn't know. I said, hopefully he's coming. He was on the meeting invite. He didn't show up, so we still had the meeting. But I do.
How did the meeting go?
I mean, I thought it went okay. I mean, we're doing well. I mean, my stakeholder before him and I met on the topic, and we both agreed that we're good to go. His boss was there, and he didn't have many concerns. He thanked me for providing the data.
Well, you got to think about it. You're a director, right?
Correct.
You're head of a department or head of some people, so eventually you're going to be doing this anyway. What better preparation than real time?
That's
Oh,
true,
trial
right?
by fire. I mean,
Well, I am going to
called
send a follow-up. I am going to
called
send a
the cru-
follow-up email.
It's called the Crucible, Princess.
Yeah, like we were telling you, you're in a male environment now, so you're gonna have to hold your nuts.
right.
Well, for ovaries, but
Well, and this is what I'll give you an example. If you want to get a good respect in a male environment like that, when as soon as somebody says something, don't give an emotional response like right away, or don't think that like it was an attack. Think of it like if somebody says something, say you have an opinion, and they come back with another strong opinion afterward.
What?
First thing you do, no, say you have an opinion, say we're gonna do something, say we're gonna take plan A, and they come back with a strong opinion. No, we're gonna do plan B. Don't think that it was a personal attack first. Just remember that they were just attacking your opinion, and you'll go first. You gain a lot of respect, especially with men right now, because they'll know, oh, good, she didn't come out and say, well, I'm a girl, and that's why he talked to me that type of way. You'll gain a lot of respect with them.
Wow. Look, you know your profession better than any of us. unless I'm wrong and anybody else on the panel.
Kev, you're wrong, old nigga.
No, I'm good. I did want to ask you all, because I do plan to send a follow-up email of a recap along with action items. I did want to add my boss in there, like, I know. I don't want to say I noticed you weren't there, but wanted to see if you have any other additional insights.
I mean, if you still got a job, you probably did a decent job.
No, like here's the thing you want to realize is this.
Yeah.
Stop overthinking.
Okay.
That's one. Take about 3 deep breaths. If you fucked up, you will know. That's the one thing about life. Life always has a good reminder of when you fuck up. When you do good or well, and you don't hear from anybody, that's when you're done your best. Because nobody's ever going to give you too many pats on the back when you're doing well in any profession. What's gonna happen is that when you fuck up, everybody's gonna talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're doing well. Don't worry. Stay the course. Mind your P's and Q's. Be respectful, but always observe.
Okay.
And when it gets disrespectful, that's when you never be afraid to walk away.
Okay. But
you're doing well so far.
Because the meeting was at 1. I noticed my boss was online until about 6 p.m. He never replied. He never put any insight into anything I sent, and no follow up, no nothing. He just kind of
then you got to. I'm gonna give you this last bit of advice. Yeah. Sometimes that's how people test you.
Yeah, right. But I mean, maybe you did well, and maybe you might be in competition for his job.
A
Yeah.
lot of
Okay.
times that might be the case. A lot of times, especially
Right.
you know,
I'm telling you, right? You might have did well. Sounds like if they didn't say shit, 9 times out of 10, you did well. Most of the time, trust me. By now, you would have heard something. There would have been some feedback. 9 times out of 10,
I think
yeah.
so too, because he
Mhm.
definitely is not a shy guy. I'm sure
Yeah.
he would have said something.
Yeah.
but you
Well,
want this job though, don't you? Don't you want this job?
Not immediately. It's a bit of a gap. My boss
No, no,
is
no.
good.
Not immediately, but don't you want it?
Yeah, someday.
okay.
I know
Then
you do.
you probably earned a lot of points today. Then.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I met with a colleague who's a little bit higher than me on the resources too. She said, "Oh, this is perfect."
So
So,
you want him to give you kudos while you go after his job. That's not
Yeah.
how it goes, sweetheart.
Mhm.
That's not how it goes.
Well,
Back
Jess,
to
who
what
are you
I'm not.
talking about? Who are you talking about first and foremost? Are you talking about your SVP or are you talking about your direct boss?
I'm talking about my direct boss. He just didn't. She wasn't in the meeting. He just didn't show up.
Mhm.
What
Yep.
if he possibly trusted you enough to not be there, or he had some other reason why he wasn't there, and you're just overthinking it?
Maybe that's a
Yeah.
good thought. Maybe that actually happened.
Don't say nothing about it. Just continue to go on today as if everything is the same. Don't be like, yeah, I did good. Just keep that in the back of your mind. If they didn't say nothing, 9 times out of 10, you did well. Don't
Well,
brag.
that's
That way you get everybody on your side, and there's no way that somebody can take something the wrong direction. So that way you don't
what.
have to worry about creating any enemies after today, because you might have did well, but you don't want to create no enemies bragging about how you did on one little meeting.
Well, I didn't want to brag, but I do want to send a follow-up
Yeah,
message to everybody.
Just
That's
just
too
consider,
that's digging for too much information. That information it'll come to you. So you gotta
well,
sit back and let it come to you. Don't dig.
depending on the job, you have to send a follow up.
Yeah.
But they would schedule or tell you about a follow up, or you would,
Yeah.
or especially if you're trying to go up that work ladder. It's not where they give you a meeting and then you say, well, I'm gonna schedule a follow up. No, they schedule that.
No, it's just a recap. So a follow-up.
And if anything, you send a follow up letter, a thank you letter.
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
what she's talking about.
Like a follow-up, like here, thanks so much for attending.
So you
Kind
send
of
a
a high
follow up
level.
letter. It's not you showing up as a follow up. That's not how you follow up. You follow up with a follow
That's
up
not
letter
what
or
I
a follow up
said.
call. Well, I'm just
I
saying.
said a follow-up
I was talking to
I think she
Officer
said
Faulkner about that one, sweetheart. I was going to talk
that's
to
what
Officer
she
Faulkner.
said. That's what she said.
But I'm talking to you though, Officer Faulkner. I'm just saying the
I
best.
know exactly
So,
what she said. I've
I'm
been in
not talking about
meetings
what she
before.
said though, Officer Faulkner.
I know
so,
what
so,
she said, and I know what
I'm
she
talking
meant.
about what
So
you
there,
said, Officer Faulkner.
she's,
let me
in
get
other
in
words, she's
real quick.
giving a synopsis of the meeting. That's all she's doing. She's just giving a letter of it.
Mm.
So,
All
Jess,
right.
now that we handled that, what do you think about these old niggas? Do you think they gotta go or what?
Well, let me read this super chat
my
by
God.
Mr. Lewis Conyer real quick. Salute to panel in chat. Bring blessings. Thank you for your support. All right. So yeah, go ahead. Proceed,
Yeah,
people.
Jess, what do you think about these old niggas? Do you think they gotta go or?
I think it depends on their personality and what types are they the Obama types? Are they like the Uncle Ruckus types? It depends on what type.
The Obama type. What's are they the easygoing, get along?
Well, damn. I'm the
Are
Uncle
they the
Ruckus type. I just say fuck niggas, man. I don't know, man. I don't like them old. I don't like them young. I don't like them short. I don't like them tall. Goddamn. I don't know. I just hate people, man. And sometimes we got a lot of assholes that run around here, so it's kind of like you're gonna get that, especially in this space, from young and old alike. Because a lot of these people they got number one, they got big ass egos because in the black community we don't do a good job of raising our men, and so they have developmental stuntedness. Same thing is true with the females. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. A lot of them bitches are fucking stuck in elementary, middle school, and high school, so they weren't taught any of these lessons by their parents. I'm just gonna be honest with you. That's what it is in the black community. You got a whole lot of adult ass children running around here.
Man, I'm convinced. I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna step mine.
What's the easiest way for a woman to get married? if she wants to, how would she treat a man if you had if you had to give advice?
Mm.
Nah,
That question
Motherfuckers
again?
wasn't never taught how to be emotionally fucking, what's the word? Emotionally available, whatever the fucking catchphrase is these days. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
they don't
emotionally
have, they don't
intelligent.
have no, whatever the fuck. You're right. That one. That's the one. It's
man, I
it's
can't help
funny
you.
to me. It's sad.
I can't help you get married, sweetheart.
Really?
Only you can help yourself get married. You know how to act to get married, so you know how to act to do that job that you did today. You know what to do.
I hate to
Stop
say
playing
that.
games with us. Like we know what to tell you, what you know how to do.
Right.
Well,
And
like
hey,
I don't
start with the
support
three
that.
basics: sex, sandwich, and silence. You could go a long way.
Well,
But
like
that's not
if you heard her,
true.
Yes, it is.
of course it is true.
But
Let
no,
me, let me,
each man
let
has
me break this.
preferences.
Let me break this down. Women do about 3 to 5 times more words and speaking than men.
Thank
We already know how to get the point. Any woman that wants a man that's emotionally available, get a gay friend.
you. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, like,
You're gonna
Just don't
have to
cock
get
block.
you're gonna have to understand men.
Right.
This is the problem with the overwhelming majority of black women, probably 99% of them. They don't understand men.
Right. We're a lot.
So
You think?
so what happens is this. When women try to get men off of their own beliefs, I would tell a woman, how do you want to be treated? Well, I want this, I want that. That's how you treat a man.
Let me try this. This will be an easy one. This should be a layup, and this will tell me if you're worthy or not worthy to be a wife in the first place. In a lot of ways, this will make it real simple. I hope. What tangibles do you think you need to bring to men in a relationship, if any at all?
I don't know.
See, this why old niggas got
that's
to
why.
go, yo. This why old niggas. She do
That's
know.
why. That's
She
all right.
do know.
No, but if she says, think about it. If she says, hate to say something, ma'am, and I'm just being honest. If you say I don't know, I mean, you should know. How old are you, ma'am? You are too old to be saying that. Like you're not 24.
No, I'm late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah. You should. I mean, plain and simple, you should.
How are you late 20s and early 30s?
Yeah, I
That's
thought
what I'm
the
How's
same
that
saying.
work?
I'm
How's
not
that work?
giving you I'm not giving you the exact age.
Well,
But I
Okay,
don't
That's fair. That's fair. That's fine.
you don't
That's
want to
fair. That's fine.
pinpoint it.
That's fine. That's
but I
fine.
don't
That's
Okay,
fine.
is what I got
I
you. I got you that you're still at a prime age, despite what others may say. I would say.
right. You might be. This is the problem too. You might be. She might be fairly attractive, so pretty privilege still kicks in for that.
And I
But
said might be.
yeah,
Yeah,
might be.
you don't see that as a slightly a backhanded compliment. I think she's pretty, but
Might,
maybe.
I mean, you got it from a backwards ass nigga. So I mean, hey,
no,
the best
I'm,
you
I'm
could do.
Hey,
I
but
don't I don't know. I don't know what men want.
well, if that's because
well, you need to
that goes
find
to
out.
show that you've always been about you for all your life, and
Or maybe you've
unfortunately,
been competing with men all your life, so now you never actually figured out what we
well,
like.
right. But this
No,
is the
because
problem.
No,
Here's the
you've
point,
been trying
right?
to compete. You've been trying to take our jobs.
look,
You're trying to take
Here's
a
the
job right
point.
now.
Wait a minute. Wait a
let
minute.
me
Wait a
give you
minute.
the best. Let me give you the
Wait.
best. Let me give you the best piece of advice. Look, don't rush into things. Don't. I mean, wanting it is good enough. If it happens, it happens. That's the reality. But don't make a hasty decision.
I'm gonna be honest with you. She's around my age. She's around. If you late 20s or 30s, you're around my age. Okay. And
Mhm.
what I'll say is based on the answer you just gave me, you're X'd out. I wouldn't even consider you.
Yeah, I'm just going to
Nah.
I hate to say something. You're right. Just give an
Well,
example.
when
I'm not
she,
going. Her first relationship is probably not gonna last because if you're damn near 30 years old and you don't really know what tangibles you bring to a table for a man. Technically, that shows you've never thought about what that man wants that you be with, and a person
And
like
now also you got low. You got
that shows,
low.
wait. That shows a self-centered type of person,
I
and
don't
you're not going to
know.
be. You're right. You're not going to be too good for any man worth anything. Is
or
probably not going to do anything.
or you can get out there and try something anyway.
I mean, you should still try, but I'm just saying you need to get that way of thinking out think about what that person really wants and what you can do for your significant other. Where you say you've never thought about that, that shows right there that you've been.
Let's ask the questions first, okay?
All right, but first,
go ahead.
First, Judge Dre, thank you for
every
the
man
cash
is
app.
individuals. Men are individuals.
Hey,
Men don't all want sex, food, and silence.
With all due respect, let me finish acknowledging the cash app that Judge Dre gave me. Thank you, Judge Dre. Yeah, it was an hour. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. I just fucking saw it, so I appreciate your contribution, sir.
Well,
okay. That was an hour ago. Do you feel slighted? Do you feel slighted because I
feel some type of way? No.
See, that's why these motherfuckers be saying old niggas gotta go because of shit like this. Like, but all men want is sex and food. Look, you know, respect. You are allowed to fucks with someone with a bit more of a dynamic. I would say that. Yeah. I mean, you know, while we're sitting up here worried about what she can bring, what are we being? Are we just sitting there? Are we just having this sense of entitlement, like we're automatically supposed to be treated a certain way? I mean,
well, no. So there's an expectation of reciprocity inside of relationships, Kev. So the thing is that for a man, you have expectations as well, and she hasn't stated them explicitly. But the truth is that she knows in her head what it is exactly she wants a man for. Just the same way that men have gotten too far away from and don't actually remember anymore because there are no more expectations anymore of what women are supposed to do as well. Okay. And so let me finish. I'm almost done. 2 seconds. The thing is that I would say arguably a lot of guys who are after a certain age range may be a lot more pliable on this, but I think that when it comes to guys who are younger, we're not so pliable like a lot of you guys that are a little bit older. We're not going for that.
Let me just.
We might sleep with you, but we won't necessarily get into a relationship with you for marriage.
But then again, let's just be honest. A lot of niggas talk about marriage, but they ain't marriage material to goddamn self. So let's stop the bullshit.
Yeah,
let's first and foremost, if you're marrying, especially if you're a corporate lady, which you are, you're gonna need a certain type of guy because your shit is all about image. One is gonna be image and status. Can you be with a 9-to-5 guy? I doubt it.
Charles, maybe. I think you're forgetting.
God damn it! Can I finish?
I haven't been able to get it, but good.
You gotta know what you want. You gotta know what you bring. You gotta know what type of guy that you can attract. And then you also have to repeat to yourself, am I an asset to this guy? Is this guy an asset to me, or is he gonna be a liability? Because a lot of people will say, hey, you know, we'll do this, my generation here, like, no offense to PK, y'all might not be in the same circles.
And
I'm not damning PK, but I'm just saying y'all not going to be in the same circles.
Damn.
Charles,
you know, because go ahead.
Hey man, that's all you, Charles. You got it.
I'm not saying I'm in the same circles.
Nah, she can date what she wanted. She can date a firefighter if she want to.
Nah, bro.
It don't matter.
Let me get in here. Like the point that I was trying to make in the original conversation.
All you old niggas trying to shoot your shot, and she ain't even interested in you old niggas.
Dog, I'm younger than you.
Come on, go somewhere.
Bro, I'm younger than you.
my bro laying right here next to
you. Let him get the floor, and then let Mr. Zoe Morris get the floor because he hadn't spoken yet. So go ahead.
Oh man.
Yeah, the point that I was trying to get in from the original conversation that we had, she mentioned that she has a dude that's a surgeon that's been orbiting her for fucking years now. Why don't you try to marry that dude? And she's just like, oh, we're just friends. I don't think he likes me.
Well, here's the thing.
And shit.
So here's the thing. If we're going to say that we are the gatekeepers of relationships and marriage and they're the gatekeepers of sex, don't you think we need to stick to that? So
That is true.
it's really on him to want to marry her. So I mean, it's like it's what okay. Do you believe it's an unusual concept for her to get on bended knee and ask him to marry
No, that wasn't the
if
point
that's
that I
what
was
she
trying to
really
make.
wants?
Hey man, by everybody's logic here, man, go for it.
Nah, that wasn't the
Yeah,
point
bro.
that I was trying to make. The point that I was trying to make is that she hasn't been given the dude the time of day, and she only sees the dude as a friend.
Well, you
Even though
can't
the
act
dude,
like you're too cute. That's
even
one
though
thing. She can't act like she's
exactly,
too cute.
and
No,
the dude's a fucking surgeon.
Okay,
I
is
mean,
this the young nigga that went and beat up the old nigga over his mama?
well,
Yeah.
the guy was older and he did push him off.
Yeah, he pushed him away. Yeah.
He the middle aged nigga then. I mean the early middle aged nigga. Whatever. The older nigga.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He felt embarrassed. He thought his mother was embarrassing him. That's
Okay.
the problem.
Well, Jess is gone, so thanks for coming by, Jess. Really appreciate your input. You know, hopefully we get to do this again sometime. But yeah. So original topic is No Country for Old Niggas, supposedly. Like what one of my dreams is when I have a stream that targets a certain narrative being pushed is for one of these niggas to actually show up. It's just
We got one here right now.
Oh, you talking about Pastor? Oh man,
Yeah.
Pastor, man, come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, I did say I should smoke on y'all old niggas, but then the more and more I talk to the young niggas that was smoked on old niggas, I was like, you know what? They keep talking about $120 trillion that the boomers have. Y'all niggas just want their money. That's what this shit boiled down to. Y'all want the old niggas' money.
But the funny thing is, you're in here talking about old niggas, and you're older than I am.
Hold on, nigga. Hold on, how old are you?
I mean, he got you there.
How old are you then? How old are you then, younger nigga?
Yeah.
I'm 32.
Okay, well I am older than you.
All y'all niggas old niggas, and that's all I got to say.
I'm probably
all of y'all.
I'm probably the oldest guy on this panel.
How old are you, Kevin?
47.
Oh yeah, old as dirt. This nigga old as dirt.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and kick $5 to this old.
Ain't nobody up here 50.
I mean, I'm close. I mean, but
Shit, all of y'all might as well be goddamn old ass niggas.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
why that nigga forgot to say something about the Cash App because he's so damn old. You know
Nigga, you crazy. I got outrun you right now, nigga. I guarantee you I still outrun. I'm faster than you, nigga. In a 100-yard dash right now.
oh my God, it's so far past my bedtime. I should be asleep by now. You know, I'm just saying I'm getting up there in age, guys.
Woe is me. Woe
Yeah,
is me.
woe is me. Mortality. That's a real fucking concept.
Yeah.
I whooped a young nigga in a 100-yard dash like 2 weeks ago.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome. But
fat.
hey, I want Mr. Zoe Morris to get in. He's been silent for the longest. Just up here. Mr. Zoe Morris. What's good?
What's going on with you, big dog?
Okay. What it is? You got the flow.
No, I just was gonna say, man, to be honest, like, shoot, as far as what we got, as far as like with the whole relationship and meeting the person, that type of thing, I think like really, you need to like, put the whole thing in the garbage. At this point, really been so much done. Really nobody is really thinking right, and it's to the point now where even if a man is honest, you're not out here pumping and dumping, you're not out here trying to plug first and then make a relationship second. You're just really trying to woman, to do the right thing. Your chances of really getting something that's gonna go. Your chances of meeting somebody that's going to go the right way is still 30%. It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? You get out here, you meet these females, and
30%.
Either they still up in the street or they just delusional.
Yeah, a lot of them are for the streets.
Yeah, a lot of is like I met a young lady, and she played the mother angle. She played the angle of you're not just gonna be able to come and plug me quick. You had to come over here and do it. But like I said before, your
she was
heart was still
baby.
out there. You
Oh,
said
she was
what?
doing baby. She was doing baby.
Yeah. She reached
Yeah, I mean, it just was the same old. Like I say, it was the same old dishonesty. It like I said before, it's just that like we just need a whole new culture. We need a whole
Hey,
new
bro.
culture when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Like like I said before, even with the women, if you're fit, feminine, we're bringing Ninja half, helping with his manly responsibilities. Your chances of meeting a man who's gonna do the right thing is still, in between 30 to 40%. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, dude. Matter of fact, I'm from Detroit, right? I know dudes that went that pick women that helped them. I mean, build a bum, straight build a bum, helped them. And I know a gentleman. His woman moved him to Atlanta. He had got out of feds. They moved down to Atlanta, and she took him out of a car, and he still was down there trying to meet other women. And I'm like, bro, like this woman was with you, and she had a degree, and it's just like at the end of the day, it's just like when you see all this going on in Black society in regards to our knowledge of procreation, in regards to our knowledge of picking somebody, it's just to this point now where you just got to throw the whole thing in the garbage.
Okay.
We need to be completely re-educated.
Okay, can I speak to
Hey, bro. Hey, real quick. Hey, bro. When I said it, it's a problem.
No, but
When I say it, it's a problem.
but
But when I point these things out, everybody gets up in arms.
That's
okay.
just American
Problem
culture.
with me,
That's a quickly before.
Yeah. And I also wanted to speak to what he just said too. Like, what did you say anything to your boy? Because that's fucked
No,
up.
no,
He's
no,
in
no,
the
no.
wrong for that.
No, I mean it wasn't none of my business. I just
Well, wait a
I
minute.
just hit him.
That right there says a lot. You
Yeah.
can't complain about it and then you just say, "Well, that's none of my business." Nigga, you know you're wrong.
Yeah.
And that's not really your friend. That's not really your boy.
Right. And here's one of the things that I want to point out too. I said
That's bullshit.
Look, just because somebody treats you right doesn't mean you're not this. And I've seen it in plenty of relationships. You do the right stuff for the wrong motherfucker. Like this nigga already knew, like just because she held him down all that time, but the nigga was still fucking with broads. Wow. Before he got up, on his way up, all the way. That nigga showed you who he was. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that you got to tell with the women. If you really want somebody and the person to be with you, get you somebody who's kind of boring. They got a routine. You kind of can say, what time is it? Oh, today is Thursday at so-and-so. Where is this person? Oh, he's probably at work right now. Or he's probably here right now. People with a routine, they like a steady routine. They like things that stay the same. They try to keep people like that are more stable. They're more grounded. They're more likely not to cheat on you.
Yeah, I hear what you're trying to say,
routine.
but there was no evidence in that story to support your argument though.
No, yes, it is because they like a routine. People like, unfortunately, people who like say like his routine is to get up, have his coffee, go to work, do this, do that, come home, do this, check that out. Trust me, people like that with a routine. Once you're in their life, there'll be a routine, and they can continue that routine.
Just to be clear,
well, I was just saying, like, okay, even if, okay, like for instance, right, when I got out the Navy, I was staying a dude I got out the Navy with. We had he was married to this girl. And to me, it's like even with the dudes, even the gentleman I'm talking about, I moved in with him and his wife just to help him out, with some situation. He was going to 2 jobs, and the girl that he married, he was still out in the street. And I'm like, you got a dude that's out here hustling for you, got 2 jobs, and she still wanted to be out there single and and be in the 304 phase. And I'm like, you got a good dude. It's just, to me, you can be to me, it's like with this younger generation, you can be a dude that's going out here doing all the right things, not trying to be out here trying to be a player. And it's like you just still spiritually is meeting the 304 spirit. It's just like it's just, to me, it's like it's a certain spirit over our relationships where
You don't have wives and husbands anymore. How many times do we have to say this? Y'all asking for some grandfather like shit. It's not gonna happen. Even then, you married because of practicality, not because of love. Get the fuck out of here with love. And
Yeah,
that's what
I
happens.
agree with that.
That's what
yeah,
happens. To
but
y'all believe. I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna give the floor to Kev. A lot of you niggas got hit with the Disney fucking fantasy more than the bitches. And I had to be the guy who told y'all that.
That's
A
a
lot
fair
of
point.
a lot of people keep saying this shit about love and we need this. This is just Western culture shit. This is just first world problems. Everybody's an independent, whatever you want when everything is good. A catastrophe happened, everybody seems to get fucking in order. It's nothing new under the sun.
Well, it's because roles get reintroduced, sex roles, traditional sex roles, and that's by virtue of the types of things that we do. Okay, it's not fucking rocket science. I hate that people make it out to be rocket science when it's not. The thing is
Kev,
that right now we live under the conditions where women can feel like they don't need men by virtue of the fact that they can go out and earn and they have social safety nets that protect them from the consequences of their actions. That's the truth. That's the bare bones bottom of the line truth. That's why you
hey
don't
Kev,
generally see this shit catch any traction in any third world countries. And then when they develop, they adopt the same exact model that we all use across developed nations.
I
It's
mean,
not
guess
it's
what?
not rocket science.
hey Kev, what were
Guess
you about
what?
to say?
yeah, but Judge Dre with the Cash App saying for old nig. Appreciate it once again, brother.
The
That's
song
funny,
is
man.
I mean,
really saying
can
the
one of
song
y'all?
is
Can
But I
one of y'all
mean,
motherfuckers send some
and
money
just
to
to
me?
I
show your
didn't
age,
I
and
didn't
just to
finish
show
I
your
didn't finish it
age,
though. But go ahead.
just to show your age, can you at least have the decency to play the Ted DiBiase? Oh man.
Oh
Ah,
shit! Thanks for the idea. If I'd have thought about that, I'd have did that.
because because I hate that version of that Shane McMahon version. It's corny. Uh,
But I just want to
uh,
wrap on this, man. I didn't wrap up. Let me wrap on this. The thing is that if you're looking for a traditional wife in the sense that you think you're going to pick one out of the bunch here in America, man, you got low odds of doing that. Is it possible? Sure. Is it likely?
no, it is.
Not at all. Not at all. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic background is. As a man, if you happen to want those particular values, you are going to have an extremely difficult time sussing and figuring that out. You really are. I mean, the whole system is against you, from the social aspect to litigation aspect legally. You know that you're not going to have an easy time of it. You know, there aren't many women that were trained in a traditional manner for this, and even if you weren't and you seek it, you will not find it. Like, it's just not likely, man. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah,
It's very
unfortunately,
unlikely. I could
it
agree with
very
that.
like you got a better chance of playing Russian roulette winning. And I hate to say that.
Yeah, playing
Russian
Russian
roulette with
roulette with a semi-automatic.
yeah, I was about to say that.
Well, I was trying to
Hey,
give some hope. I wasn't trying to, come on now, give him a 20% chance of, you got a better.
It's not even that. It's not even that high. Y'all niggas. Like,
Right.
tell me what finishing schools do you have out? Then that tells me about what your case is with women. You don't even have fucking
okay.
finishing schools.
I was about to get name of the four, but name of step down. I guess he'll be back. But see some people in the chat: Cortez Smith, Zen Tober, V Ben Israel. What's good? Yeah, man. I think I've shouted out everybody in the chat. If I haven't shouted you out, I'm sorry. But make another comment.
Uh,
I'll shout.
So Kev, I wanted to get back to the original comment. I
Yeah,
mean
go ahead.
the original topic, sorry. So basically like the argument I was seeing in that stream and what I kept hearing is like, basically they're like, fuck these old niggas. These old niggas are like pushing this save the community type shit because they were, like around during the civil rights movements and shit. And it's like when you're talking about like the content creators here, they weren't even old enough to be active in it. At best, they were fucking kids. So like, I don't understand that argument. It's not making any sense.
Number
On
one,
top of that,
the civil rights movement is kind of a sore spot for me. So whenever people comment without really knowing what the fuck they're talking about, because I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. I've had family that actually went through that, went to the protest, face certain injustices. Like, so I don't really like when people talk about it negatively. It just, I got a whole bucket of insults for people like that, but I'm not going to go through all that right now. I mean, it's always this old nigga, Negro spiritual, always trying to go for the jugular and using shit with an extremely white racist context. And it fucking shit makes me sick. I mean, it's just, what reason do you have for not respecting somebody older besides the fact that your dad might have abandoned you and nobody wanted to be bothered with your punk ass when you were growing up? I mean, it's that's what it is to me. And like I say, if you philosophically disagree, that's fine. If you feel as if that old nigga is being disrespectful to you, it's fair game. I mean, I'm sorry. I just am more aggressive towards someone who could possibly throw a punch to knock me out, rather than someone who is too frail to defend themselves physically. But no one's entitled to this utmost, like PK was saying in the chat. Nobody's entitled to respect. No, based on by virtue of age. That's what he said.
Yeah, I understand that one completely, because even CJ was just like, how many old races that are still kicking around here. So it's like, you don't just automatically just get respect because you're old.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you automatically get a baseline respect. The baseline respect is you're a human being, but you don't get any additional deference by virtue of age. That's what I'm saying. If you're an asshole and you're 80, you get you get the disrespect. That's what you get. That's reserved for you. You know what I mean? I don't. So, for instance, if the shoe were on the other foot, you're a black person, and the motherfucking racist white person comes up to you and they just happen to be old, you gonna let them get some racist shit off on you just because you happen to be younger than them, or are you gonna check it?
Exactly. Like,
right. That's my point. That's all I was getting at.
At least me, you, and Kevin, Charles, we agree on that.
Yeah, I'm like this. I'm respectful towards people. Do I give a little bit more to older people? Because there are some older people who've been through shit. I'm not going to stand there. See, a lot of people, even when I notice in this space, there's a lot of niggas who want to come to this space and talk a good game about shit because they can't do it in their real life. And here's the shit. Like, a lot of this shit that people been saying, I've done it in my real life. Shit, I'll do it again twice on Wednesday. Don't fucking matter to me. And when you look at the price that's being paid, even when Shorty was up here saying she doesn't know what it being a man, I was a little bit more sympathetic because, okay, you're how old? I understand why you don't. You weren't taught.
Well,
I'm not gonna jump down your throat. Why? Because it's one thing to be stupid, and there's another thing to be ignorant. Ignorant means you don't know.
Like,
you never recall. It's like this. If I put you in a car before you knew how to drive, are you gonna be a great driver on the highway? Fucking no. But if you stay that way, that's on you. That's totally.
I agree with you, but I take a different approach because of the fact that, quite frankly, the implication that this has for society is damning. And not only that, it speaks to her in this entire society, right? I mean, she's a part of it. Last I checked.
Oh well.
So I mean, I wasn't trying to criticize her position or take anything out on her. I was just calling it as I see it. I wasn't trying to jump down her throat or attack her as an individual. I just wanted to make it clear to her, like, listen, like, you're 30 years old. I don't think 30-year-old men are generally going to be chasing after you. They're not hunting for you in particular. They're just not. Are there some out there? Sure, some, but not most.
Let's be fucking real, okay? Let's be real. A lot of 30-year-old men are looking for 30-year-old women.
True.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because a lot of dudes are unfortunately pussy hounds. And let's not even say it's pussy hounds. We typically don't have a great gap in dating in our community. We don't.
Yeah.
So when we look at the realism when it comes to this shit,
this is the reason why I said what I said. She's a corporate lady. Most likely, she's gonna meet somebody in the corporate setting.
Well,
That
If
wouldn't
you're
be
gonna be,
true if she were white. She's not white. She's black.
it's
no, like
even if she's black.
PK, you never heard the original conversation. Like that's why I said what I said, because like I don't support this whole divestiture fucking just hating. Like, you want to date white dudes, go ahead, do your thing, right? But like, I don't see why you
Then
gotta
she
hate on
she
niggas who do
never
that.
said that she dated white dudes.
Well, the
If you
dude that I
listen carefully,
mentioned, well, in the original conversation, the dude that she mentioned was a surgeon is a white dude that's
yes,
been
I
orbiting her
know
for years.
she's not dating him, so we can just
Exactly.
quit that out. In other
Well,
words,
I only
there's
brought
a
it up
re
because he's been orbiting for years.
he
And
can
she said
orbit.
that
He could be a legit. He could be orbit. He could be a legit friend. Guess what? When you're from a different economic social background, the rules are different.
well, the point that I was trying to make, that you said she's in corporate. Well, she said she's in corporate, and the dude's a surgeon. Like, is that not the same? That's not the same group.
Do they match well? Not everybody is going to date everybody.
Yeah, but
I
obviously,
agree to that to some extent. I think that we missed the mark pretty distinctly when we try to make this argument that by virtue of them having a different socioeconomic background, that they're looking for something fundamentally different in a long-term relationship. I don't think that's the case. If they are, then they're doing what's called off-brand marriage, which would mean that their relationship outcomes are going to lead to failure anyway. So it doesn't even matter at that point.
well,
So if that's your argument, okay, that's cool. Then we just continue to have a broken society. That doesn't fix anything.
the point that I was trying to make, that the dude
It's not
obviously
going to be
likes her.
fixed.
Like, the point that I was trying to make, the dude obviously likes her because she said that recently the dude showed up at her work to go fix her tire or whatever, and he's been orbiting for years. So like, I don't know about y'all, but if a bitch call me and she's just my friend, I'm not coming to fix her tire. I'm gonna say, you better call fucking AAA or some shit.
If you're my friend, I don't mind.
Yeah, if you're my
But
friend.
if you're my friend, I don't mind. That's just
Yeah.
my friend. I'm like, you might have a different look at friends. Like a lot. See, that's another bum rush issue that I have with a lot of dudes in this space. Look, every fucking female I meet is not pussy. Sorry.
Right. Like, just give
I've
an example.
gotten a lot of pussy in my life. I'm not struggling to get it.
Right.
Okay. I
I
have
hear you on
legitimate female friends who, if I needed them, just like I told the story, when I was sick with COVID, it was a female coworker who I'm close to, who we never slept together, never were romantic, none of that shit, who looked out for me for 2 weeks of food. Never asked her. I was sick, and she said, "Hey, I'm gonna make sure that you have food." She called her cousin up, who's a chef, put in containers enough food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 2 weeks. So if
So,
changing a tire for a friend,
Right.
and you're my legitimate friend, I have no problem with that.
Right. I think
Okay, Charles. Let's run this play. Let's run this through a logical calculator just for a second. Okay, let's play this game. All right. How many men do you think, on average, have that similar or same experience?
a lot. I just give an example. I just bought a car about 2 months ago.
I'm not talking to you, Dre.
Listen,
No
bro.
disrespect. No disrespect, Dre. I was asking Charles. Like, yeah.
Fuck you, nigga. All right.
I love you too. But listen, I'm talking to Charles. I wanted to ask him the question, bro.
A lot of men do that. Period. I know my.
No, not do that. I said, how many men do you think have that same experience of having women that are platonic friends, quote unquote, come over and essentially pamper them for 2 weeks when they're sick? How many men do you think have that experience?
A lot.
That's on them. Because here's the problem.
No, it's not. It's this is what I'm talking about. You see, this is not an individualist thing. We want to make it into an individualist game. That's cool.
Not an individualist.
But I mean, we can keep talking about it that way. We have different experiences, but the thing is that we're talking about groups of people.
There are a lot of men who benefit from women and don't have to fuck them.
Thank you.
Let's just get it funky.
Yes, there
are men who benefit from women who they don't fuck.
Thank you.
I don't want to get
So,
into specifics, but yes, I've had those kind of scenarios before.
so it's not uncommon.
Thank you.
It's just that
I mean,
when
actually,
this is
possible.
where it gets fucked up. Okay, this is where it gets fucked up. A lot of niggas are looking for more than it shouldn't be. You should know, is this chick really feeling me or not, or we just simply friends? As a
Well,
matter of fact, if you want to keep it really funky, this is what should be done. Every time, if I'm truly a friend, I should be able to call you up and be like, damn, I need $30 for gas. If that motherfucker don't come out the pocket or there's no cash app, you know where you stand early.
Thank you.
well, my whole thing is like I have a different mindset because I've been black belt for a very long time. So it's if I'm having a conversation with you,
Okay. I'm gonna ask you this
if I'm not
question.
better,
I'm gonna ask you this question. What makes you black pill?
being a Ray for a long time.
That's not black pill.
Right.
Depending on what you did.
That's not black pill. Have you had to hold a dead baby?
I had to hold my own.
So here's the problem. What makes you black pill? Do you see the world without morality?
Yeah, I do. Like I said, it depends on what you did as being in that okay. Like I'm not gonna tell my shit on the internet, Cortez, but yeah, I've seen a lot of shit.
Whatever. I mean,
Because
I don't understand this branch anyway. Where are we going?
But here's the point about it. It's like, look, you judge friendship from a very finite chord. Am I useful? And can this person be used?
Right.
Not used as in a negative context.
Right.
Is this person useful? And this person can be used.
Right.
Well, you have fun with that, man. That sounds like some blue pill shit to me. If you fucking around trying to goddamn fuck around with females,
Number
you
one,
know, I want female friends. Like, all right, bro.
I want to repeat what I just said. This is the same fucking mentality I have with my male friends.
Right.
I don't want a male friend that calls me every time he needs something. So what the fuck you think I'm gonna do with a female who calls me every? Yes. If you're having a bad day, please call me. But don't call me only because you need something. Check up on a nigga.
Right.
Same thing with my female friends.
Right.
Check up on a nigga. How you doing, Charles? You feeling okay? Well, I'm having a bad day. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, that's friendship. Like, I'm not gonna say men and women can't be friends, but at the same time, you should watch. Well, if it's male or female, watch your circle.
Right.
These motherfuckers have my best interests.
Right. Your friends are always looking out for you in the first place. Like say, hey man, I know Charles Faulkner is doing something. He's, getting some good recruits together. And I know I just met a nice young man. I'm gonna point him this way. That's what friends do.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with any of that. I think the issue is that we have a denial of reality. I think that's what's going on. And that's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's just a flat out denial of what we observe in real life in general. That's okay. I mean, we can all be crazy together. I get it. But truth is most men don't have those experiences. And I'm telling you that as a fact. That's a matter of fact.
And just give you a perfect example. Technically, most men do have those experiences because, if other words, one of the things we see in the manosphere is most of these niggas is friend zones. I said, so that shows you that it's quite common. There are a lot of people that now they wish they could be more, but a lot of people are friend zones. That wouldn't be a very common term if it happened.
Exactly.
So maybe you're fun of. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh man, excuse me. I'm just kind of in a mood anytime I hear everybody going back and forth about some bullshit that makes me just want to go postal. But no offense. But this whole thing about said individual and this whole situation about men and women being friends. First of all, regarding the friend zone shit, me personally, if y'all can hear me okay.
Yeah, we hear you are.
I've had to do a lot ever since, I came into this space, especially listening to the BGS and such, or even further back when I was listening to Black Phillip, I did a lot of soul searching. And I've been doing a lot of reevaluating, and I've been like severing ties with a lot of people of my own, who are of my own ilk, my own ethnicity and whatnot. Because people I know things through family and friends and whatnot. Realizing, even though I try to reach out to them just to see how they doing, they don't respond back, nothing. So I've had to sever ties with a lot of people. I just recently had to sever ties or re-sever ties with one of my own siblings. Because I know our relationship is always been a certain way, and I realized we're never gonna see eye to eye on a lot of shit. And I want nothing. I don't want to be there for when the shit's gonna fall for him, because I know I'm gonna have to answer to my whole family about what happened. Because I know eventually, if push comes to shove, someone's gonna be bad about that. And so I just severed ties with so many people, because the only time a lot of those people reached out to me was just this summer when, No, not in my case. The only reason a lot of people reached out to me was because this summer when I lost my father, and they reached out to come and check on me. They just wanted to, because like customary, you express your condolences and whatnot. And I just had one conversation, a couple conversations with certain people. Others just passed on messages. And I was just like, and me, I just was all right about it. The other time when somebody reached out to me was when this whole was just during this COVID shutdown, because they understood, like, Neymar, he's got OCD, he's got his own issues and whatnot. And some of the shit he was doing was like some of the shit that you saw people doing during the shutdown. So, and I was like, welcome to my fucking world, motherfuckers.
Hey, Name, I have a question for you for like where this conversation is branched off to, not for you, but just this direction in general. Was any of those people that called you a female friend?
I can't even hear you, bro. You too low.
Oh, my bad. I was saying that for.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Andre. Oh, okay. And to tell you the truth, it was the only female
family friend, not a female family.
It was the only females who called me. The only females who ever reached out to me were family members or friends of the family. Other than that, no one else. The only people who reached out to me were a couple of male friends, and these were usually friends of one of my siblings or whatnot. They don't know me that well. They know my siblings better.
Well, then you don't have unfortunately, those females ain't your friends. Period. That's
why I said. And other people who tried to reach out to me, they probably could not, because I already had them blocked. Because for my own well-being, I realized I need to get the hell away from a lot of people. But go ahead.
Well, if you had to get away from them, that means they probably weren't good people to begin with.
Yeah.
Correct. And I hate to break it to you, and that's why I said what I said earlier when it comes to male and female dynamics. Why I made that argument. That's why I said that. It's not a gotcha. It's not a, I'm just trying to shit on, your experience. But in the generality sense, most men are not running around here being friends with most women unless there's something they stand to gain out of it, usually sexually. It just is what it is. And we can deny that and try to play like we're some blue pill retards all we want to. I mean, shit, if we're going to crazy land, fuck it. We're already on the bus, so fuck it. Might as well. But I'm saying this just to be honest with everybody. If we want to keep playing at this game where everyone is doing everything and there's no rules, there's no structure, there's no boundaries, there's no nothing, fuck it. We could just keep living in Looney Tunes land. But the truth is that by and large, that is not the case. Men and women don't even really want to be friends for the most case. I think the only reason it ends up happening is by virtue of the fact that we're so cross-pollinated now and there's no more segregation between sexes. Otherwise, most of the time, we don't even interact with them outside of the sexual interest. Most of the time, not all the time, most of the time. Unless they're directly connected by family, connected by family or friends. Short of that, you don't normally see that unless they're trying to get some sex initially.
Here's the crazy part, right? Not everybody's going to be your friend. Majority of people you're going to be diametrically opposed against.
Thank you.
So, do I think it's wrong to help a female friend? No.
No.
If she's truly my friend.
If she's truly your friend, like there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't
And
think that dude that I brought up as an example was truly her friend.
and
I think that
here's
dude
the
was trying
reason
to
why.
fuck her for years.
Maybe that's the reason why she doesn't want to date him.
Right. Because she likes him as a friend and all like that. And some people, I hate to say, some people might have, you can have pet peeves with your friends, which is fine. Like, I got a couple views. You know how extreme some of my views are. But I got friends who are like, I can call right now. Somebody can call, like, I need $2,000. They're like, all right, cool. You're getting in the morning. And it's like, but they're like church going people, this, that, and the other. And these like you were like, what? Dre, one of your best friends is church going people? Yeah. I'm like I was joking. Yeah, I'm on a 12-step program on half a step when it comes to get myself in line with the Lord or whatever. But some people just know that, hey, these are my friends. Your friends do shit that maybe it's different than in a relationship. You can say, hey, man, I can put up with these pet peeves from a friend, but not from a lover.
Like I feel what you guys are trying to say, but like Kev he brought up what Zintober said earlier. Because Zintober, like he's one of the dudes that wants some smoke tonight.
So they say.
What that was how it was interpreted.
Okay.
He wanted some smoke.
Right.
Well, he like
roll him a new joint then.
His original comment was enough of Black history. Let's talk about Black male history. Which nothing wrong with that. And then he was like,
before we can continue, I just want to say something regarding the woman who just came in here earlier. That individual eventually, the surgeon, eventually he's going to come to the realization of how she sees him and everything, especially considering the way she was talking with us and how coy she was, how she was acting kind of coy. Eventually, he's going to realize what kind of person she is and what she's about, and he's just going to move on.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if there was somebody in his own profession he comes across, a nurse, another surgeon, or another doctor right there, and probably of his own ilk, because she mentioned this. Because you guys say this person is non-black, right?
Yeah, and he's been orbiting for like. In her words, I think she said he was.
No, Jess is black, but the surgeon is not black.
He's white.
Yeah, he's white, and he's been orbiting for like 5 years or some shit.
Okay,
shit. He's gonna find somebody better. He needs to get that away from her.
Let him.
Okay, go ahead, Faulkner. Go ahead, and then I want Black Guru to get in.
Let's be serious about it, right? A lot of times we look at male orbiters and think it's the female orbiting. A lot of times, I'm gonna just tell you, especially from experience, it's the dude's fault.
Yeah.
And a lot of dudes don't want to take that L and say it's your fault. I'll be motherfucking goddamn. I'm gonna wait around for any bitch.
Right.
And see, if you're truly my friend, we're keeping it as friends. Fuck all that. There's no, oh, Charles, if I don't get no. We're friends. You don't get that. So a lot of times it's the dude's fault. And I'm gonna tell you, once you tell me, and I had a female come back in my life recently who, oh, you didn't want to deal with me, you didn't want to have sex with me. So I told her, I'm putting you in a motherfucking box. We can be cool, but we can't be that cool.
He'll be back in a minute.
He'll come back. But guess what? She came back. Oh, you didn't want to sleep with me, but a 50-year-old dude you got pregnant by and had twins, and now you want to come? Nah. Remember that box I told you about? You're still there.
Well, I don't know, man. So I don't know. So I would throw her out. That's me. Like, if you're not gonna fit the use that I already have envisioned for you, then you got to go.
No. That's
I only got 3 categories for you.
That's why I said you got the box. Hey, you want to come over and chill and have a good time? Bring some food and some liquor. My time costs. And my time costs VSOP cognac.
But find a VSOP cognac.
The
Nigga probably
finest
stole that
motherfucker.
shit. You bought that shit off the street on Baltimore.
I
Man.
mean,
And the
I don't
finest
care how, I
kickoffs.
don't care if she stole it or she put the shit in her coop. As long as the shit's unopened and fresh, and I get it, that's all that fucking matters.
Like basically, I've been trying to like bring the conversation back to the original topic, especially since Black Ruru just came up, because like
All right, let's do it.
like the topic was
Respect and elders.
it,
Yeah, we've been
well,
off topic.
well, yeah, it's the conversation was like mainly based on him, at least from what I've seen in that stream, because they were going at him for like a good like 2 or 3 hours, just all kinds of like fuck these old niggas, like these old niggas were, you know, like they're on some save the community, fucking, you know, like shit that I was saying earlier, like they were around during the fucking civil rights and shit.
Well, I think that this is tangential to the relationship conversation in a way, because honestly, the foundations what make for a healthy society have largely crumbled, and so you're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot of hatred for the old, and unfortunate with that, you know, you're also going to get a lot of hatred for the young as well, because they're going to be ignorant people.
Well, like
So you're gonna. Mhm.
I was just saying the point that I was trying to make is that he was saying that like, you know, he's an advocate for SYSBN and passport bros and shit, but yet they were still coming at him being like on some like, you know, you're trying to save the community because he doesn't want to see it burn. Because me personally, I used to be on that fucking, you know, fuck the community, like let it burn, but now I'm just indifferent. I could care less whether it burns or not. And
I agree with that.
You're going through red pill rage.
My interpretation was just, you know, he was practically saying, why do you want to see it burn? I don't get it. Like, you know, like if you're actually indifferent, which you should be, you shouldn't care whatever the fuck's going on down there. Why does it matter?
Because for it to burn would set up the conditions in which you could recreate something better or something different. That's why. There's not how I put this.
Well, like it kind of brings
You can be indifferent to the overall atmosphere of something while still simultaneously believing that the old has to crumble for the new to come forth. That those two things are not mutually exclusive, right? So I mean, I can see it, at least in my view. It's not something that has to be one or the other. It could be both,
right,
or it could be either or.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's just like they were basically trying to pin him down on some like, you know, if you're saying that, like, you know, how are you advocating for, you know, for black men, but at the same time you don't want it to burn, you know? It's like I don't see why.
Who said they didn't want it to burn?
That's what Black Rule. He didn't actually say he didn't want it to burn, but
let me tell you the fundamental reason. Let me tell you the fundamental reason Nigel said he doesn't want it to burn. Is Black Rule a father?
Yeah, he is.
So why would you want a community to burn if you have children invested?
Thank you.
And that's the point that he was making, but most of these dudes that were getting
this is the point. This is the point I'm making, and this is why sometimes it's hard to have conversations with certain groups of men who don't have children. Children change things.
Yeah, they do.
I agree with that, and I think that you're correct insofar as what it is that happens when you have children. And I think that by virtue of the fact that many men that are younger don't have children, which is why they're disaffected to the degree the degree that they are, tongue twister. So it kind of, you're going to get that. Like there's no actual road or way to avoid that path. I said this earlier. I was doing a little live stream just to encapsulate some of the thoughts that I had, is that unfortunately we've created the conditions in which
big words. I'm proud of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on. Let's not forget also. Yeah,
okay. So, but anyway, let me finish. And Let me finish. I wasn't done. So you just kind of cut
All
in and
right,
fucking
all
insulted
right.
me. I was
That's
like,
enough.
okay, I got there.
I'm fucking with PK. Go ahead, PK.
Yeah, I guess so. But we've created a lot of people. The society has created conditions in which many younger men, given the society decaying, won't actually step in to stop anything from going wrong at this point, man. The conditions are there. All you got to do is strike the match and let the shit go. Unfortunately, that's where we're at as a society, and this is most Western societies. And the only thing that's holding it back, I would argue, is largely entertainment and how free sex is. If those two things weren't a thing, then we'd already probably be, on the brink of destruction and chaos.
Well, that was a big part of the argument why these dudes were saying fuck these old niggas, right? Because they're just like these old niggas are trying to save the community because they don't want to see it burn like we do. And it's just like, as I was saying, like if you're supposed to be indifferent if you actually don't care. So why do you want to see? Why do you want to see it burn so bad? And like,
You know why? Because a lot of this shit is revenge porn to some niggas.
Exactly. That's the point that I was trying to get to. Because even when BGS was having that, when he was talking about like the table talk shit, and like all these dudes were taking offense to that, I was looking at some of these content creators and they're talking about like fuck the table. Like the only time I'm having a conversation with these bitches is they're coming back on their knees and they're begging, and I'm just like, why the fuck do you want? Why do you want that? Like the whole point of this shit is for these dudes that don't understand like these women aren't for you. To finally see that and fuck off and do something else. Find another fucking group of women. Like how hard is it to understand that? I don't get it.
Because there's a lot of
Andre, the thing is that Andre, the thing is that a lot of those guys, the revenge thing, like Charles said, it has everything to do with the fact that they got no place else to go.
Yeah.
They want to see it. They have no other place. They have no other alternatives. If they would have found those alternatives and moved on, but they do not. Therefore, they just want to destroy everything. As somebody who comes wait.
Yeah, finish.
As somebody who comes from the developing world and can tell you, young men, especially who are disenchanted, they are oftentimes the prime recruits for extremist ideologies.
Definitely.
And they are more, and because a lot of them are so disaffected or led to believe they're disaffected, they believe they have absolutely nothing to lose and have no problem wanting to commit as much destruction because in some of these ideologies believe in some type of greater society or some heroic past and some idea or some kind of perfect society utopia. They have no problem sacrificing themselves in the name of that cause because especially if there is some type of belief in martyrdom and whatnot, at least they get to die for something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that unfortunately, like I said earlier, they're justified in either particular position. They are. I hate to say it, but that's it. Not us, but the society collectively has laid the foundation for that to be justifiable. We did it. So you can't take back the conditions in which we're here. So
let me just break this down.
Well, let me compliment you real quick. You actually said it the best that I've heard anybody explain it so far. This is definitely some revenge porn for these dudes.
That's all it is revenge porn. It's like, look, have I had my heart broken? Of course. Did I have to pick myself up, play I Try by Angela Bofield, cry in the bathroom? You goddamn right. There ain't no fucking, I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you about my losses. I'm one of the few motherfuckers on any stream you'll see that talks about his motherfucking losses.
Even fucking CGA was like, fucking, you got divorced or whatever, like, whatever you got to do to get yourself back together, whether it's you got to go curl up in the fetal position or some shit, do their shit, and get yourself, back.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Benito said that. Go back in the corner, roll up, or have that one, or shed that one teardrop like a pimp, but you gotta wipe it off and move on.
Go ahead, ball your eyes out. But guess what? You got to do something after you're done crying.
Yep.
Here's the fucked up part about it, right? A lot of dudes claim they're red pill, but blue is a motherfucker.
Like
You
a
got a
baby's
lot of
ass.
like a baby, like a newborn baby's eyes, blue as fucking to see.
Or a
And I'm
Smurf's
gonna,
ass.
oh yeah, and see, I'm gonna tell the truth about this shit. When women say, "Oh, you must hate women," or "Who hurt you?" I said, "No, I just tell the truth." I said, "That's the ultimate weapon against you, is the truth. Not my hatred, not my disdain. It's the truth." But what about black men? I said, I don't have to talk about black men. The whole world made industries to talk about negatively about us. So y'all gonna beat me to it. But when it's time for you to take accountability, you can't. The one thing I tell black men is be on your shit. When a chick
My bad. Good.
when a chick wants to say some shit about you, all you gotta do is be on your shit. If I have female friends, which I do, that I never slept with, that's cool. Not every man can do that. But then again, I got an S on my chest. Apparently, for some people. But here's my thing. We need to have either I do the show, Kev do the show, or BGS do the show, because apparently definitions of vocabulary matter. And a lot of people need to re-up on their fucking definitions of simping.
Yeah. Like,
Everything is not simping, okay?
Right.
Changing a random lady's fucking tire because it's the nice thing to do.
Right.
Why would I do it? Because I have a niece, and I have a great niece. She just gave birth to my great niece. She has my great nephews.
Mm-hmm.
If she's stuck out in the middle of the road and I can't get to her, I pray to God there's a kind enough young man who's able and willing enough to make sure she is okay.
Right.
So you got to think about it. I do believe in the cosmic forces of energy and karma. As much as I want to be, there's many times, as they say, God mercy gives me what you don't deserve, and God's grace keeps you away from what you do. And a lot of times shit hits hard when you and yours end up being the butt of that cosmic joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really buy into karma. If I don't know you, then I don't know your niece. You understand? These are connections that are formed throughout society by virtue of friends and family, and we've broken those.
And this is
So the thing is that ultimately the consequences of that they're not individually, any individual's issue. It's a societal issue. It really is. And so you can't actually get away from this until you fix the underlying issues, which has to do with families and family formations.
And part of the society is being, and part of being society.
We're not accountable to one another without families. Without families, you have no community. You have a tribe. But then even then, they're tribes of what? Families. So you can't actually escape that.
Even if they have tribes, right? People were communal. They're naturally communal.
Mm-hmm.
What happened was people
by virtue of what?
Because people were communal.
By virtue of what?
Not even just families. People were just communal.
Families and extended families. That is what made them. That's what binds them.
What happened was you became urban.
Mm-hmm.
Not communal anymore, urban.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's the problem, because here it is. Here it is, right? You became urban, which urban mentality is what?
Different.
Mind my damn business.
Right. Urban is different than communal all day.
Well,
so how do you reconcile that with the fact that people, even in red states across the nation, even if they don't necessarily live in urban environments, still have these same negative outcomes when it comes to single motherhood, considering the fact that white women are actually the leading in terms of raw numbers and they happen to live in mostly non-urban environments.
Yeah.
How you square that?
And guess what?
They
Do
have
white
a
women?
larger
Let's even say this: white women still have a natural deference towards male leadership, do they not?
No, you're making my point now. I'm telling you to make your point with my logic.
So in other words, they're starting to get the same attitudes as black women.
Yes,
It's
they are.
just because their culture was not as hit hard as ours.
No. You're still misunderstanding. What I'm saying is they're already having the same outcomes
that we do.
That's what I'm saying to you.
It's called
And they don't live in. They don't live in urban environments.
It's called first world problems.
But you said it was urbanism. So which is it?
Yeah, urbanism too, because this is where you see it sped up
in different ways.
Okay, so it's more stuff. So I get that.
It's sped up for us,
right? Because
I mean,
you got a group, and we are more when it comes to each other. We are more entangled than we think, and
we're more. You got to understand something.
Yeah.
When you're talking about rural white people,
right?
Do the rural white people live near or have close proximity towards the upper class people in their communities?
No, they don't.
But black people do.
Right.
You're actually trying to escape the underlying issue, and there's no way to reconcile this. It's inescapable. It's a continuum, and you can't escape it.
You didn't ask me how to reconcile it. You didn't reconcile. You didn't ask me about reconciling it. You asked me why the issues are different.
Right.
No, the original question, I circled back. Go ahead.
Let me get in here. I was just saying, PK, you're making multiple different arguments here. First, he was talking about karma. Karma is just being a decent person, and not like you're expecting something in return, but you're kind of hoping to get something in return. To be honest.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I said the argument. I think you're making multiple different arguments here, and when you're originally talking about karma, when you were responding to that, like. Basically, it's just being a decent person, and technically, you're expecting something back in return. If we're going to be honest here.
Oh yeah, we all expect something in return. I'm just being clear about it. That's the difference. We like to lie to ourselves and tell ourselves we don't expect anything in return, but the truth is, we all expect something in return. Whether that be reciprocity by virtue of the fact that maybe you won't kill me later on down the line, or you'll be a better person to someone else later on down the line. We all expect things.
Wait, hold up a second. Rules back. Let's go. Let's let Black Guru get it.
Oh, thanks, Black Guru. Welcome to the panel. Welcome back to the panel. What's good, Elder? Yeah, I can barely.
We can barely hear you. You might have to leave and
barely.
Come. Yeah, we can't hear nothing, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, it's bad. Leave and come back.
Yeah, Black Guru, just leave and
come
back.
Take Munir away from the speaker. He's getting feedback from his electrical powers.
Yeah, until he comes back in, I'm just gonna finish up with what I was saying. I was just saying that like you're expecting something back in return for being a decent person to other people whenever possible.
Thank you.
And also the other thing you were talking about. Like we were talking about, like white women having a higher rate of I think it was like single motherhood or whatever, and that's just because they have a larger population, so it's obviously going to be the case. But like what people are going off is like per capita, which is what every country does. So automatically, black people are going to take an L on that one.
You're right. I was hitting on multiple points to link them back together to the initial argument, which was.
Well, the
original
argument was karma, and then you kind of.
No. I said families. No. I said families. But then Charles went off into karma, and I said you don't get that.
Yeah, we were.
Okay. Well, Either which way, though, the point still stands. I still don't believe in karma. The thing is that what brings those outcomes isn't necessarily what we want to believe is karma. It's because we want something in return. We just lie about it.
Let me give you an example. Do you know what all of these millionaires and billionaires have in common? They all donate a large.
No, I don't. I don't believe they have karma. No.
they all donated a large portion of their income. It was in that book, like I think it was like Think and Grow Rich or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
When he was like the dude was studying all these millionaires and billionaires, and what they all had in common was they all donated a lot of money, which would be karma, no?
Well, I really having a hard time hearing you, to be honest with you. Just you in particular. I don't know if your mic is low or if it's just you. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Because I can hear Dre, I can hear Charles, I can hear Neymar, I can hear everyone but you well.
Well, what he said was,
it's called karma, nigga.
Well, what he said was one thing that billionaires and millionaires have in common is that they all donate a lot of money. Basically saying that, right, a lot of people do live the life to where they feel if they put energy, good things out there, it'll come back to them, or at least come back to others that they know. And also like one of the things you said, people, like you want to be useful to your group of people that you're in, like any type of group that you're in, you want to be helpful to the group, period. Like, think about it. The reason why we are on the panel here, why is this? To give some information. Why? To be helpful to the group in the manosphere. I mean, that's what we're doing here. I mean, even though we may sound like we're always arguing and stuff like that, but what are we trying to do? Help the future generation. Otherwise,
you gotta remember, we have no familiar bonds.
Right. I think about it. Right. I can't even stand like this food unstove from my damn city, and I'm still here talking to him.
We wiped that motherfucker clean and gave you back your toilet bowl.
But you understand what I'm saying. But
well, I mean, those aren't the same types of relationships. Okay.
But
fundamentally, they're not.
Yeah, but wait. It may not be a relationship to where we know each other in real life, but it's a relationship where we're fighting for the common goal.
A relationship is a relationship, man. And
Right.
see, here's the fact that we have we're not related. There are no blood ties.
Right.
If you're walking down the street, most human beings are gonna live and let live.
Mm-hmm.
Most human beings, that's just how they are.
Right.
You're just gonna have that 2 to 3%. They're like, I need to fuck this shit up.
Hey, Black Moon.
What happened is the mentalities have changed. Yes. Why? Because we're more of a selfish. We don't have a reason to actually say, is this person's particular issue worthy of my respect? We got away from actually respect.
Mm-hmm. And then a lot of people we've taken of more of a self-centered relationship where everyone is out for self instead of us.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, Black Uru, welcome to the panel. Thanks for coming through.
Thanks for
the blackest of Uru. Long time no see. Long time no see, old nigga. How you been?
Well.
Got to get rid of them.
Don't disrespect me now. Respect your elders. Don't.
Right.
But I'll speak on that a little bit later. But I wanted to ask you, Charles. You mentioned the friend who looked out for you with the food while you were ill.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think she looked out for you?
Well, one, we're coworkers, and we just end up having good times and been through good times and bad times.
Oh, your coworkers. That makes sense.
And good friend of mine.
What are like some of the bad times you, if you share?
Really bad rainy calls, really bad fighting calls. You name it, we've been through it.
Mm-hmm.
Even when it came to personal things in her life where family members passed or a friend of mine passed, we actually, spoke to each other, kind words and support.
So you helped her mentally and emotionally through her grief, right?
And so has she for me.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is, sometimes I wonder how some of us live you know, and maybe because I have different people, I have daughters, wife, you know, extended family members on both of our sides. Everything's very interconnected, interdependent. You know, you become friends of her friends, she become friends of your friends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my best friend of over 50 years, he can call my wife and I don't even know anything about it. Me and this guy know each other since we were like 9 years old. So I'm not familiar with this notion of not being able to have any female friends. And one of the questions I guess I would have, and I think this is maybe in prior generations, old man, when things were more physical, more tangible, more analog, there's more difficulty about doing certain things, or certain things took more time to do. Friendships were very important.
Definitely.
You know, you need to be able to have, okay, I'm putting this fence up. You know, I need some people to help me to put this fence up. And I'm going to be very hungry and I'm going to be very thirsty. And so it'd be like nice if the women, your wife, my wife, our wives, or whatever, kind of get together and, you know, put together some food and, you know, drinks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a world in which people were more interdependent, you know, friendships were not only just some sort of casual kind of whether or not I can have sex with you, you know, it was more about, you know, man, we got to kind of make it together in this world. So, I mean, I think that's somewhat is missing. And the other question
Is that your mic?
For you
is that your mic, Ooh?
Yeah, a little bit, but we'll rock with it.
Is it
No,
me
you're good. You're good on my end, but PK might be still driving or something, so it might sound a little off to him.
Yeah,
Keep going, Uber. Keep going, Black Uber.
Well, the other question I would have is, and this is what and maybe because it's been so long since I've been in school, none of you guys are friends with females you went to elementary school with, or middle school, or high school, or maybe even college. You're not friends with any
let me
of
tell you
those
something.
females?
Let me speak on this real quick. I have a female friend in my circle. I never thought about having sex with her. Yeah, she's happy.
Well,
she's even happily
but
married.
this is why I asked. This is why I asked in particular, like, let's say elementary school or middle school, because at that stage of your life, before you start to really become sexually motivated, you develop more of sibling relationships at those levels of your life. So, you know, maybe it's a neighbor, or like say, maybe you just went to school together. Maybe you might have developed some romantic interest, you know, coming into puberty. Maybe not. Maybe this is like your best friend. Maybe she's like a tomboy, or, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess what I find to be curious is that some of you appear to never develop any sort of platonic relationships with females that endure early in your lives, because that's what I've had. That's what friends of mine have. You know, we went to elementary school together. We went to high school together. You know, she was fucking my best friend. I was fucking her sister, you know, that kind of stuff. But we were still friends and are still friends. So does that not happen anymore, or is something else going on?
I'm gonna tell you what's happened, Black Uber. One, for a lot of guys, maybe I'm the fortunate one to have female friends. Even some of my ex-girlfriends were pretty good friends.
Yeah.
We're always useful and gracious to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of the issue that's happening right now.
Hold up. It's because a lot of times for a lot of younger dudes, being friends with a female lately has become dangerous.
Definitely.
Yeah.
For a lot of younger dudes. You got to remember, and I know you're about You're in my parents' generation in your 60s, right?
Early 60s.
Early. Well, they're not that
Don't
old.
make me your dad.
Well, I
But
mean,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm only
Yeah.
41,
I'm
so.
at that. I'm at that
But
level.
you're at there. You're at there. I'm not saying you're old, but to me and my family, 60 ain't even that old.
You
But
just called him old.
oh no, if I refer to, trust me, in the army, it's a term of endearment to be called the old man of the unit because everybody needs that old man of the unit. He's useful. He's very
I
highly
want to speak. I
appreciated.
want to speak to this after you,
And
Charles. So
okay, a lot of times for younger guys, what you notice is that it's harder to become friends because of certain criteria.
Mm-hmm.
The females have become, not saying boys don't want it, girls always want it. That's just nature. That's just biology. But females nowadays have become hypersexualized. They look at men more like for marks instead of genuine human beings or human doings.
Right.
Like my female friend, I could do nothing for her and she'll call me to check up on me.
Right.
Did you take your medication?
No.
How's your son doing? Did you make sure he did? Just
Mm-hmm.
like it's like some safe, like almost like a sister, like
Yep.
so you
And
could joke about stupid shit. She'll call me. Why is my fiance doing this? I said, get the fuck off because he wants you to shut the fuck up.
right.
You know, giving advice or just joking around.
Mm-hmm.
It's very because I talk to the 20-year-olds. A lot of girls will try to play friends to the left because she'll sleep with you, but she want to sleep with homeboy too. But she wants to still look like she's a good girl in all your eyes, even though she's fucking the whole team. Make that make sense.
No, and then on
You
top
have
of it, you're
you have
expending
me too.
blow the spot up under any little circumstance.
Exactly.
That's
They
the
have a
part.
me too
That's more
mentality.
important. They'll blow the spot up over any little circumstance.
Well, I mean, like we're all talking about like potential consequences, but I think a big part of the issue why the majority of the panel doesn't understand the issue is we have about I don't know how old PK is, but he's calling us all old niggas, so he potentially could be a Z or he could be like
PK's an old nigga. He's an old nigga.
I'm technically an old nigga too, but I'm around your age in particular. I won't say the exact age, but I'm around your age.
He got to hide his identity because he doesn't want child support to hunt him down like they did Osama bin Laden.
But the point
Nigga, I'm in the cave right now.
And he's trying to relocate to Ethiopia for that shit because he knows he's safe there. There's no extradition.
Yeah, PK made me wonder because I said I'm 32 and he was calling me an old nigga too. I'm like, huh. But anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that we have 3 different generations in this panel right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if we went back 2 generations, this would be uncommon.
Yeah.
Everything we're talking about right now would be uncommon.
Definitely.
Because they didn't have relationships with females the way we do today. Black or white.
Yeah.
What?
So there's that.
Well, I guess wait. Charles is still I thought Charles was Gen X.
Charles is my age, actually. He and I about 4 months apart.
Oh,
no,
so
5
that
months
is
apart,
old.
excuse me. But the thing is
41.
like himself, I can answer just something, even though I was like born and brought up in another world, I did have actual female friends growing up. And there was nothing new. There was no weird about it. It was just like we were just cordial, respectful to one another. And I remember seeing some of them. They were just like myself. They were in the, we were all in the service together and everything. Even though we went to different high schools, we knew each other in junior high. I got to meet some. I got to know their families. They got to know my families, and it was cordial. And it was nothing serious. I respected them. And on top of the fact that, we're the same nationality, but, different tribes, different religions, but we all grew up in the same areas. And there was this sense of respect and camaraderie. We all knew each other's families. So we're still cordial. There's some people I'm still cordial with to this day. When I got here to Norway, there were some people, I got to know very well, but I had to be very careful, just like Charles said, because in my case, I'm black. I'm a black male in a predominantly white area, and sometimes some of the people would interact with me in a way that I just felt uncomfortable with, or I just knew like, hey, I could fuck around, catch a false accusation, so I had to excuse myself out of that situation. I remember telling a story one time where I could have caught a case or some shit involving a friend, and they were
about to go
and
up
I talked about
somebody's
how
head.
I had to. No, I didn't have to go up somebody's head on that one. I didn't have to go up somebody's head because I knew if I went up somebody's head, that could have, that would have, come back and bit me and ripped off my bony ass completely.
I got a question for Black Guru after this.
Wait. So just to answer the question directly, no. Most younger men aren't friends with most women. Not really.
No.
That isn't what's happening. Not today. That isn't really a thing. Even though you may grow up with women in your vicinity, you may go to school with them. Those aren't real friendships anymore. This is a different time.
So a lot of
women are not interested. These particular women are not interested in those true to the time friendships where you actually do shit for one another in a reciprocitous manner. That's not. We don't have those healthy relationships. That isn't a thing. That's a time gone. It's really only a time for around two. I might give you 2.5 generations. I would say the boomers and the Xers specifically, maybe a portion of the millennials. That isn't really true of people that are younger. They like to think it's true because they end up in the friend zone, male and female alike. But the truth is that given the opportunity, they'd snake somebody or they'd get in there. A lot of times.
Well, I'll touch on this real quick, and then I have a question for Black Guru. Basically, the females, since PK said he's around my age, they want the boyfriend treatment. They want a boyfriend treatment for a friend. That shit doesn't make no sense. I'm not gonna do that.
Definitely.
But my question for Black Guru was so my understanding of what your argument was basically, you were agreeing with everything they were saying, but your only issue was you don't want to see it burn. It's not that you don't want to see it burn, but you don't directly want to see it burn. Basically, if it burns, but you don't want to be hoping that it burns. That's what I took from it.
I think that the older people have they kind of I hate to say one problem with that. Excuse me.
Well, I think I find the notion of this whole let it burn thing to be very interesting. I mean, we're having this we're all black men from various parts of the country, various parts of the world. For some reason, it means something for us to be black men. And it's unique to us being black and male. And it even transcends borders, some cases even language, and tribe and etc. I mean, it means something. So because it means something, then when you say, well, let it burn, what are you really saying?
Right.
I mean, we're not as comfortable, for example, with white men as we are with black men, or Latino men, or Asian men. We're because we're black. We have a shared something.
Right. And we're hoping.
And so when you say let it burn,
right,
I'm like, that's a very convenient thing to say.
Right.
But what does that really mean? Does that mean that I say fuck all of you all? Fuck you niggas.
Right.
Fuck all of y'all. Let it all burn.
Right.
Is that what we're saying?
They want to see
the whole
I'm saying
dystopia.
No, I'm saying no. I think it's more so a situation of this. All right. And this is why I kind of compare it to sports, right? All right. Imagine a team saying that they want to win a championship. They're trying to win the championship. They're trying to win a Super Bowl, et cetera, but they make it explicitly clear that they do not care about how good their offensive or defensive line is. Anybody with common sense who understands football will understand you're not going anywhere. All right. You're going to get your ass.
The Chicago Bears.
Exactly. You're going to get your ass handed to you by people who do emphasize having a good offensive and defensive line. Ergo, the San Francisco 49ers, teams like that. You know what I mean? In a similar vein, if you say allegedly, if you claim allegedly that you care allegedly about so-called black people being able to overcome oppression and stuff like that and overcome, the race and white supremacy, yet you in the same breath devalue men, you actively devalue the role of men, you're planning to lose.
Yep.
Like simple. So that's what the sentiment of Let It Burn is. It's not so much that you're praying that it burns down. It's literally a matter of, if you make it a point that you literally do not value men, especially men who are productive, responsible, and good people, you don't deserve to have a functional community, because you violate the fundamental principles of what it takes to build a fundamental community. You need strong, capable, and confident men. That's what people are saying when it comes to Let It Burn. It's not that you necessarily want motherfuckers to fall, but it's like, it's almost like, as the late brother Pennant used to say, it's like, you can't save niggas.
So where? I mean, you've been talking, brother. Where y'all gonna go? Y'all gonna go to Brazil? Y'all gonna go to,
right?
It all depends. Some people are just gonna be.
And here's the thing, you don't know.
Right.
Look, I very much support the whole black men being pilgrims of the world and finding their opportunities wherever they may be. But there's no guarantee when you get wherever you go that is going to be significantly better than what you're dealing with right now. And of course, there are going to be some.
Nothing in life is guaranteed.
That you cannot possibly. Just as there's no guarantee that you can't fix what's here.
Listen,
there's no guarantee that you cannot. There's no guarantee that you cannot fix what's here any more than there's a guarantee that when you go someplace else, it's going to be some sort of Emerald City.
Listen. Nothing in life is guaranteed.
Big Kev, you mind if I chime in for a second? So I think it'll be 2 seconds. It won't take long. I think that for the most part, I think that men already have this notion figured out. Okay, most men work off of a balance of probabilities. We're not talking about possibility here. Everyone knows anything is possible. But I think on a balance of probabilities, the men that are saying, quote unquote, let it burn, are saying, well, fuck. Well, if we're planning to lose, then fuck it. It is what it is. Let it be so. We can't win. So if it burns, then if I'm in this bitch, I guess I'll burn too. There's nothing I can do about it. Fuck it. Let it burn. I think that's the statement.
That sounds
exactly.
I mean, that's fine.
You're absolutely correct, PJ. Yeah.
You can have a nihilistic approach to things. That's fine. I think you take what you have to the best of your ability. You identify some, or attempt to identify some possible course you can take that might lead you to victory. Maybe you'll live to see it. Maybe you're old like me. You probably won't. And you do the best you can with that. I mean, that's what black men have always done in this country. I mean, when black men fled, plantations and then went and fought in the Civil War. I mean, God, I'm pretty sure they didn't know what the hell was going to happen.
Well, again,
they were all operating on some fantasy and some faith about what they were doing in the moment, whether or not it was going to yield some better form of life for themselves and any of the people that come up after it.
I actually posted this in a Discord, right? I said the issue with the conversation, okay, and I understand what you're saying, Black Guru, but here's the issue with the conversation, right? When we get into these conversations, people want to have arguments and debates over two failed models of community, all right? You have the talented 10th Boule model, and then you have the pro-black collectivist model. Both of these are failed models for various reasons, because if you look on like the whole talented 10th Boule model, people who promote that ideologically, that whole like lifestyle and perspective, they don't see so-called black excellence as a form of self-love and self-confidence. They see quote unquote black excellence as a form of like discount, great value, pompous, rich white asshole excellence. You know what I mean? That type of thing. Almost like almost like the black version of like Downtown Abbey. You know what I mean? That's why that model doesn't work. You know, these people, they become these arrogant, classist, elitist assholes that can't get along with other so-called black people and just want to be a bunch of token niggas. The pro-black collectivist model is a failed model because most of the time, most of their quote-unquote empowerment revolves around worshiping and coddling black dysfunction and pathology, especially in the form of toxic femininity. Like, if you notice, look at how they talk about slavery. They don't sit up there and say, hey, chattel slavery was a traumatic experience. We need to use that as a cautionary tale to avoid getting caught up in that compromising position ever again. No, their argument is, hey, chattel slavery was traumatic, ergo, we can't help but to just nest in our eternal dysfunction. You know what I mean? Like, we just got to internalize and just kind of accept the fact that we're fucked up. You know what I mean? Instead of doing like what those brothers on the Who Fled the Plantation did, which was realize this shit is fucked up and then make efforts to try to overcome it, you know? And that's what I'm saying is that when we get caught in these conversations, the reason why you have that sentiment of Black Uru is because a lot of people, again, they're having this debate within themselves on two failed models of community. All right.
Which is why I also said earlier, it's a valid position, whether we like it or not. It is valid. It's a valid take to have as an individual.
Well, I'm just saying, when you say let it burn, that's like saying, okay, you know, we're on the Titanic, let it crash, because that's what's going to happen. And hold on, because that's what's going to happen anyway. Well, what's going to happen to you?
Right. You're going to die.
He literally just said that let it burn, and he's willing to die in the fire.
Now, if you want to die with it, that's why I said earlier, if you are some sort of nihilist, that's on you. I'm not a nihilist. I'm not a fatalist. So I'm going to be trying to think about, and I have a wife, I have children. So from my perspective, I'm like, let's try to keep this shit together. So I'm saying maybe that's a naive notion for some of us who are nihilists. Maybe that's a naive notion to those of us who are nihilists and fatal.
You literally said you'll die in the fire too. But my whole point that I was trying to make is like, I'm not necessarily a let it burn guy, but I don't.
You gotta come closer to your mic, dude.
Okay. Let me try this again. I'm not necessarily a let it burn guy, but if it does burn, as long as there's a few survivors. Because like I just got done watching like the BGS was doing a Matrix Reloaded stream on Patreon, right? And just like basically the whole population died and only like maybe 20 out of like billions of people survived, right? So I'm like that. So if it has to
I used to be on that bus.
Is that what? Is that what you? I mean, can I ask? Is that what you would prefer to have?
No, I wouldn't prefer to have that at all. But the way that it's
okay, I mean, you presented that as if that was some sort of viable option. I
don't think viability has anything to do with the discussion or argument. We're not talking about viability.
It as if it was some sort of.
No, I don't think he did. I think you're trying to strawman it in that manner. I don't think that's the case. I think what he said was what he said.
I'm trying to understand why you present that, because to me, that's not an optimal scenario. So I would rather fight and fail than just say fuck it, and then there's just 20 of us left after some worldwide cataclysm.
Well, shit, Black Uru, you got kids in a family. There's a difference.
This is why we're saying this is what I'm saying. All right.
Let me get in, because he was responding to me like, you know.
Okay, yeah.
I got a daughter too, right? So I would prefer not to see this type of shit happen, but unfortunately, that's the way it's going. So, you know, only the strong survives. I'm sorry to say it. I wouldn't prefer it. It's not optimal for me, but it is what it is. There's nothing you can do.
I understand the pessimism and cynicism is duly noted and earned. I'm not some guy who, you know, I'm not a Pollyanna or anything, or some raving optimist that figure we're going to work it out okay. For me, it's like, this is a bad situation. We've always been in bad situations. We've always tried to figure out as a people, what's the best possible avenue to go forward.
Like what I said is
kind of been our history.
what I said is definitely better what the other guy has said. The other guy was just like, let it all burn to the ground, including myself. I didn't say that shit.
Well,
I said, let, like, I don't care what happens, as long as there's a few people that survive, that's good enough for me.
Well, I think one of the things that we're really trying to do here in this is most of us realize it's kind of like we're holding out hope. You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure even Kevin Samuel saw that back then when he was trying to get women back together when he was doing that show. That hey man, these women ain't coming around. They're not coming. But what so few are coming. It's not going to be nowhere near enough. But it's like they're just holding out for hope. We hope that maybe there might be a catalyst and it will be a sudden change in opinion in a way of where we're doing things.
Well, look, one of the reasons why I propose black men legally.
Who is snoring, Charles?
One of the reasons why.
Yeah, that's Charles. He's snoring. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if you, Kevin, if you can maybe mute Charles, I don't know.
Yeah, he muted me instead of Charles.
One of the reasons why I propose black men segregating legally from black women is to save the community, not to necessarily destroy it. Because to me, when black men are in a better, stronger position, then we can reformulate our relationships with black females in a more cost-productive way.
Right.
And not be disabled so much by outside forces that are utilizing the women as sort of like correctional officers or whatever over us in this prison system. But do I know that will work? No, I don't know that will work.
Right.
I can tell you this ahead of time when you get done over.
I'm just saying, to me, this is the only viable option in the current environment we're in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what you're basically saying.
So real quick, I think that what you said is cool, but different people have different buy-ins, and I think that the current position that you hold is by virtue of the fact that you have an investment, and society requires an investment out of people to get them to basically reinsert themselves into the system. Without any sort of buy-in, you generally don't get men to do that as a collective. And right now, what you have is a dearth of men that have bought in, okay? And so they feel like there are no other options, there are no other alternatives, nothing's working out, everything's on fire. How you get these men to come back into a system with a group of women who are, quite frankly, even if you do get the outcomes that you're looking for, need to probably die off and have a new crop of them for them to even be worthwhile to deal with, because the infection is way too deep by this point in their psyche to be able to produce good outcomes as far as family and children and the community is concerned. You see what I'm saying?
But see here, but first of all, I think you're presuming that I think the only way forward from a mating standpoint is with black women. My view is you make black men stronger so that they have choices.
Right.
And many of them may choose to not have those women.
And also too, you make them stronger. What that does is too, you put them in a better, on a better level where more people are more likely to come to them and get on their page, because we got a group of black men. Think about it. This whole space technically is the same thing. It's very small. Look how big it's grown. Like this, look how big it's grown. These were just in the beginning. These panels and shit was just 4 or 5 niggas. Now it's like millions. I mean, you would never think that these areas would ever have the traction that they did. That they did.
And the language birth in this community is spreading everywhere.
Thank you.
Now they don't necessarily give credit,
right. But
to this environment, but you hear the language that started here out in the world.
Yes.
Like Black Rule, like in my case, like I live in Canada and I'm Jamaican, right? So I've only dealt with Jamaican women. You know, a few white girls here and there, but only Jamaican women. And those are like my version of y'all fucking black women you got over there, and their attitudes are fucking even worse. But like the point that I was trying to make is that you basically like you almost agree with what I'm trying to say. Is I don't want to see this shit burn, but it's not I don't want to see it burn. It's like I don't care whether it burns or not. But
Yeah, you're where I'm at. I used to be in the let it burn camp, but now I'm in the I don't care camp.
well, I'm in the I don't care camp, but I'm like, if it does burn down, I hope there's a few survivors.
Well, I think mostly what most of us has happened is this: we realize that there will be some losses and there will be people that will get hurt, because usually pain inspires change. And what will most likely happen is there's going to be some losses, people are going to get hurt, and then hopefully a big catalyst will come and a big change of opinion will happen. And it probably will be quite abrupt. Within like 2 years, you'll look up and you'll be like, wow. You know what I mean?
Like I don't see this type of like culture and fucking, you know, basically attitude and stuff getting changed within the next, I don't know, maybe 2 to 3 generations.
I don't know. We hope it will.
If we're lucky.
Well, this is the
If
problem.
you create the conditions,
we're in such a precarious economic situation. There's no telling where we will be 5 years from now, fellas.
Let alone
much less
2
several
years.
Generations.
Right.
Yeah.
You better hope. You better pray to your gods of understanding that this shit doesn't collapse, because you'll see the worst outcomes under that situation. It ain't gonna be nothing like what you thinking from anybody, black, white, or otherwise.
Right.
Yeah. Let me.
Well, and that's why when you guys say "let it burn," I'm like, you know, that you know, it's like, you know, winter will come. Winter will come for us all.
Right.
You know, this whole notion of, you know, see burn. Well, okay.
All right. That's
again, like I said, like I said before.
It's already here. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Again, it's a matter of if you do not believe that men, especially men who are productive, responsible, good people, are not an essential part of your so-called community and your family structure, you don't deserve a community or a family structure. Look like this. If you don't believe that they're valuable, shut the fuck up about why you're poor or why your shit is so broken and dysfunctional and why you're being abused, because you're not about to do shit about it. You're basically declaring you are a proud, arrogant loser, and you ain't gonna do shit to make a change.
You're right off the point here.
And I'm not here to shit on the people who and that's not shitting on the people who actually try to maintain stable families and the people who try to, make something of themselves and try to self-preserve. It's just a basic matter of, if your default sentiment is men ain't shit, okay, and they're not important, shut the fuck up about why you're hopelessly dysfunctional.
Like,
again, read it. Yeah.
You're the only person that I've heard admit so far, because I haven't been in the space this long. I've only been here for like 3 years now. You're the only person that I've heard say, "Let it burn," and I don't care if I burn with it. You're the only person I've heard say that.
Well, I didn't specifically say that. I'm saying I didn't specifically say that I'm gonna burn with it. I'm just saying, listen, if you make it a point, and this is throughout history, any community that you see that devalues their men and undermines their own men, they're all in the same situation that we are in. It could be the gypsies in Europe. It could be I forgot what was this. It was the
Black Rule made that point in a comment earlier.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, if you want to make progress, you have to let this cultural misandry go. Or as Edward Anderson says before, if you want to have a stable, functional community, you got to let the gynocracy go. You can't have the gynocracy and have a functional community. You got to pick one or the other.
But the misandry is state sponsored,
right?
So again, that's why I propose an attempt. That's why I propose an attempt for a legal separation to thwart that state sponsored misandry.
No, I think that doesn't go far enough.
I'm not saying it will work, And I'm not saying it's a panacea, but what it will do, first of all, one of the things that it will achieve or make much more difficult this whole double minority status thing for Black women, which will radically change things in terms of employment, and schooling, etc. It will make very difficult and complex for Black females to be able to play both sides of the fence on that issue. You know, I mean, and so now now she can't operate with a level of impunity against you because she's got this advantage over you. That's the point I'm making. You got to challenge that. That's one of the ways you take down the state-sponsored misandry.
That's a great point. That's a great point that you just made, Black Guru. You should have made that point on that stream. I think they probably would have understood you better.
I was not allowed to do so. I was involuntarily removed from the stream.
Well,
yeah,
and that's all I'm going to say about that. But
is that what happened? Because I was wondering why you kept disappearing.
No, but here's the thing.
I was involuntarily moved. That's all I'm removed. That's all I'm going to say about
This is one
Yeah,
thing.
I was wondering why you
I
kept
don't
disappearing.
think sponsored. I think it's more corporate sponsored because
It's all of the
it's
above.
definitely
Dre.
state sponsored, brother. Because here's
It's
the
all
thing.
it's all of the above. He's not wrong.
All these corporations have deals with federal government and state government regarding employment and reporting of participation rates and diversity rates. So it's all commingled together with the government, the business sector, the banks, the media. All of it is just an incestuous mess of misandry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all of the above, man. Like you just said, it is sponsored by the state. That is a fact. It's also sponsored by, like you mentioned a moment ago, your corporations. These things are all intermingled. Every single last one of them. It isn't either or.
If you've been involved with corporate, you realize that there are sweetheart deals with the federal government and the state government with these major corporations regarding female participation.
Yep.
You know that.
Yep. And so, unfortunately, that's a part of the reason why I agree and disagree with you simultaneously about your proposal. At least insofar as I understand it, I think that you deal with some first order effects that would be positive, but the end result wouldn't be a significant shift. You would need to have a sweeping paradigm shift level of changes to actually influence any significant change within not only the Black community, but America as a whole and all Western nations if they were to adopt this standard. The thing is that if we stop there, let's say, for instance, that's the measure in which we're like, okay, well, we're happy with this. Well, you don't get any significant outcomes that shift the current environment enough that we stop seeing many of the negative outcomes affecting Black men in particular in this society as a whole. You can't, that isn't the end of this. Doesn't stop there.
Well, look, I said, brother, repeatedly, I don't see this as a panacea or a cure-all of anything. I see it as an opportunity to redirect, how things are done in this country, or at the very least challenge. See, a lot of what exists is based on the fact that we've never collectively pushed back against the shit.
Yep.
When have Black men ever pushed back against it?
Right.
Against the double dealing. We, all of us, and I have to include myself in it. I saw all the sisters getting the jobs with the whole double, and it was a weird kind of thing because you're Black, I'm Black, she's Black, right? So there's this fidelity issue, that you have. You happy for her, proud of her, whatever she did, this extra thing and this extra Black Girl Magic scholarship and all this, and we never stop to consider the macroscopic effect of all of those bigoted favors that were being given to the women. And we're just now coming to the realization of the cumulative effect of all of that over time.
Like
Yep.
Like
So
I
even if we were to see an impact of your proposal, I don't think we have the time to even see the outcomes and that would be garnered because of it. Unfortunately,
yeah,
that's my long term view of it.
yeah,
But
but you're missing the point, PK. The point is like um what Charles and Black Guru were stating was that the part that you're missing is you don't have kids.
Right.
Like I only have one kid. I got a daughter, right? So I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about her and her generation, which is unlikely to ever change.
that's cool and all.
But like I said, I
Fuck
was
them
speaking.
kids, okay? I'm not. I don't start that. Let's get to the point. What are you trying to tell me? I'm not trying to be rude,
Well, I
but
mean
like that isn't an
but
argument.
that's where the nihilism comes in. Because if we don't care nothing about the kids, what are we talking about as a people?
Thank
Well,
you
get to the point of your argument. What is the argument you're trying to make?
for the
I'm
future.
trying to
That
make
is
it
the argument.
That's the
That is
argument.
the argument.
Oh well, then you already
Look,
lost. And if that's
if
the
we're
case,
not,
because if
I'm
it
saying
hinges on
if
if the argument hinges on me caring about kids or the black community care about kids, you show up shit creek
nah,
without a
bro.
fucking paddle.
We
You
been
are
You're
so
not
lost.
you're
If you
not
really
letting
think
me
this
away.
community
you're not
cares
letting me
about kids, you're drunk.
But
you're not letting me
Don't
finish,
play
bro.
with
You're
me.
over
You
talking
talking
me,
to the
bro.
wrong guy.
You're over
We've been
talking me,
saying
not
that.
letting me finish.
We've
Like
been
the
saying
point
that.
that the point that I was trying to
a
make.
legal separation of black males and black females, brother, will allow you the opportunity to protect the boys.
Thank you.
That's the point.
What is what you think we here for, bro?
No,
We ain't here
That's
for
the point. The point is, because okay, let's say you
You're
get
not
this
getting it.
separation.
You're not.
Let's
You're
say
not
let's
getting
say
it.
let's say let's say you get a title
No, I get
9
it.
for black
You're not getting
for
it.
black.
You're not
No, don't argue with him. Let's say you get a Title 9 for black males in this country.
Right, young
Right.
boy.
Now the way a black mother treats her son is impacted by that.
Mm-hmm.
All the bullshit that they do to their sons. Now that boy is protected. He's in a protected class now.
Right.
So a lot of that shit she can't do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of it.
Right.
Well, like what I was trying to say is that like I'm not talking about the next 1 to 2 generations. I'm talking about 3, 4 plus. That's what I'm talking about. Because
Dude, this country will look so drastically different by that time.
you're not letting me finish, bro. Like
I got
the
it.
next one.
I mean, well, shit. I mean, you kind of cut me off, and then Black Ruby jumped in. Everybody cut me off. So
I was talking the
Bro.
first time when you cut me off, but like I was saying, the next 1 to 2, they're fucked. It's a dub.
Yeah.
Fuck. But 3 to 4, maybe they might have a chance. That's
Right.
why I was talking about like if majority of people have to go, it is what it is. But
I think
if
you.
there's any survivors,
Sorry.
if there's any survivors, okay, great. But if there's not,
Right.
okay, great. But I would prefer there to be a few survivors. But if there can't be, it is what it is.
We're trying to, like I said, we're trying to, as you say, you sit back and you come in here and look at it and say, oh, we're fucked. Shit, imagine what it was 10 years ago back when I first started hosting videos, dude.
I was here, and it sucked in too. It's still fucked. Yeah, go ahead.
But I mean, come on, dude. It's like at least we built some infrastructure. Like back then, we had nothing. I mean, like literally, you couldn't even say shit. Where now people are starting to say some of our shit is taking mainstream media. On top of that, after COVID did a good thing for us. I ain't even gonna lie. COVID took a lot of motherfuckers back home and brought up a lot of other content creators, especially with people like Tucker Carlson and all them people really coming into where they're doing their own private shows and to where they can pretty much be a little bit more free away from the corporate and the big donors who can really sway their opinion. Oh my gosh, now all we need is some of them, they're picking up some of our lingo and they're saying the same thing.
Look,
and we're gonna get
black man.
we're gonna go up, like I said, rising tide is gonna raise all boats.
Black men are about to tank the presidential election
Yeah.
for Biden. You think that's not a product of the voice that has grown out of this environment? Of course it is.
Yeah.
For the first time ever, you have black men actually expecting to get some shit for black men.
Right.
You think that didn't come out of this environment? That we didn't even know how to talk about that kind of thing until just recently.
Yeah.
All right, can I get in there?
So you brothers have to have a little more faith. You gotta have faith, player.
I got you. I hear you. I mean, I'm not on the hopium, man. You talk. You just ain't. I'm not that guy. I'm not the hopium guy. I know that there are some people who love that hopium. I'm not the hopium dude. I'm just not him. I look at things as they are, not as I want them to be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in reality, I understand your argument and why you do what it is that you do, and why other men do what it is that they do. But I understand what it's going to take to get these, get this train back on the fucking road. And unfortunately, nobody's willing to do that. Even what we talk about here, I think that it may have some initial ramifications that, unfortunately, you think there's going to be 2, 3, and 4 generations out for us to be able to make these decisions. I'm here to give you the bad news. Unfortunately, we probably don't even have, like you said earlier, 5 to 10 years left. So even if you were to institute this tomorrow, I don't think we would necessarily see the impact of that until 30 years down the line, if we had the luxury of 30 years to look at, which I don't think we do. I'm not quite that.
Let me ask you this question, brother. If you thought the world was going to end in 30 days, would you eat today?
Would I eat today? What do you mean?
Would you eat today?
Right. You get it?
Would I eat food?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'd eat, drink, and be merry. That's what the phrase comes from. Yes, the world's ending.
Brother,
I would eat, drink, and be merry. Yes.
The world might end in 5 years. Maybe it will. Maybe. But while we're still here, I'm gonna eat.
Right.
And I'm gonna do whatever's necessary to continue to eat.
Right.
Until the shit blows up, and then of course, obviously, I can't eat anymore.
So I don't see your point, but okay. I don't see how you missed the point. I missed it. Yeah, I missed that one. That one went over my head.
The point is, you do the best you can do with the time you have.
Right.
Period.
Basically, it's like this. You ever seen a new development take shape? First thing, you got all the trees. They clear the trees, and then they grade the land. Then they do the framework. We've cleared the trees, we graded the land, and we did the framework. I mean, it's a lot more work still needs to be done, but considering you can at least see where we're going, where back then you saw nothing, everything was all envisioned. At least you can see, hey, look, man, I see people coming out here. I see other people agreeing with shit that we've been saying. I
understand. I understand.
But listen. One of these days, you're gonna look up. I wouldn't be surprised. It could be 3-4 years from now. It's gonna be a big catalyst, and then boom, it'll be quick. Like, I mean, we're gonna be sitting up here talking about, wow, especially the ones that's been around a long time. But we saw, and we was talking. It was gonna take 20, 30 years. It might take 3. Wait. Listen. They're already trying to do the mandatory DNA testing. That's gonna open up the door for so many other shit. Because unfortunately, if they're trying to put that and push that, as soon as that hits, and then all this fraternity fraud comes out there, the lawyers are gonna have a fucking field day, and the United States loves to sue. So I mean, that's gonna open up, which is gonna change so much shit. They're gonna be writing so many damn things, it's not gonna be funny.
Well, you're basically making a hope argument.
No, that's not a hope argument. You can see it. That's one of the things that the people are complaining about.
I mean, didn't the state of Kentucky pass the law where you have to have DNA results to get put on the birth certificate or child support or something like that? I mean, that's a real thing. That's not a hope thing. That's a real thing. And no fault divorce started in California.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how law is made in this country. It starts in this state and it spreads throughout the country.
Right. I mean, back then we would have never thought that
motherfuckers would even be considering anything. If you went back 8
Not
years
ever.
ago, and I could be sitting, think about it, 8 years, 9 years ago, Yuri, do you ever think that they would be saying a fucking term that we say in all our panels on TV? Never thought.
I understand what you're saying, man, but the thing is
You're using our terminology.
They could change the laws, right? But is that going to change the culture and the
What the fuck
mentality?
the laws do change the culture?
The law has to change the culture. Look when they,
No, I don't think you guys let him finish. You guys cut him off. I think he was making a broader
Well,
point.
he asked the question.
No, I don't think that was a question.
Do we think?
I wasn't done. I was saying that, like, yes, the laws can change. That's a very good step, right? But is that going to change the mentality of these women?
Hell yeah.
Okay, let me answer that.
All right,
yes, but not immediately. It takes time.
Let me give you
It
an
takes time.
example.
I was trying to make.
Let me give you a real life example
Because he
of
just said 3 years.
how a single legal change changes the culture. Roe v. Wade changed American culture, and it definitely changed Black American culture. It definitely did. That one law, because first of all, you got 25 odd million Black folks who are not here, for example. And what kind of society would we have with an extra 25 and 30 million Black folks? But then also it radically changed the behavior of women. Like all what you guys were talking about earlier about girls throwing their boxes around and advertising, that all came from Roe v. Wade.
Right.
You didn't do all that kind of stuff before Roe v. Wade. That was one law. One law. And it didn't take that long. And I'm old enough to remember how dramatic the slide was from the 70s coming into the 80s and whatever. It was dramatic. It wasn't a slow grind. They went literally from church girls to hoes inside about a 10-year period.
Well, like, it hasn't completely changed the culture because, like, I did read articles talking about there's some states that still offer abortions, and I've seen also articles about.
I'm saying the original law. Let me clarify. I'm referring to the original law, brother, not the recent overturning of Roe v. Wade. I'm talking about the original law radically changed American culture for the worse.
And I was
radically. There wasn't no slow grind or whatever. No, that's not what happened. That's not what I saw.
Well, the point that I was trying to make is that, like, it's not going to completely change the mind of, like, these Black women as long as they have loopholes.
Yes, it will.
Like,
Stop worrying about changing a woman's mind.
Right.
What you want is to change her behavior. You never gonna be able to protect. You're never gonna be able to predict or telepathically align with what's in some chick's mind, but you can't affect her behavior.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say is her behavior, right? Because, like, what's gonna stop her from getting pregnant if she could just drive out of state somewhere and get an abortion?
What's gonna happen is
Black you've been going there. Hold on real quick. I think that behavior is actually mostly, when it comes to human males and females, mostly, given the right conditions, predictable.
Thank you.
It's pretty goddamn predictable. It isn't hard to understand. There's no fucking magic behind it or any of that bullshit. Truth is, it's based on certain tweaks in the law. We'll see different outcomes over the societal. It'll have a major societal impact over time. Sometimes more time, sometimes less time. Depends on the type of law and the radical changes implemented. So, for instance, with Roe v. Wade, what Daifu was talking about within that time period is that women essentially got the right to freely abort without any sort of consequences, which is prior, they had consequences if they were caught aborting. So typically that was limited, not only social, but also real world consequences, because I believe it was prosecutable, right? Am I right, Black Girl?
And you were shamed.
Well, it depended on what state you were. Now, obviously, if you were in the South or Southwest, yeah, there were heavy penalties imposed. If you were further north or northeast, they were more liberal. But it was a precarious thing to get pregnant in this country prior to 1972.
Yes, especially without being married.
The second term was also the birth control pill and birth control in general. That was the second term. So these two keys unlocked the
these
fucking
events
nuke.
occurred around. They occurred around the same time. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Yeah, and certain things were frowned upon, and you got public shaming a lot more. You weren't protected like you are now. I mean, that changes a lot. Like as soon as the shame comes back, a lot of that shit's gonna change. And you should always say, you should never sit up here and doubt a woman's ability to change. Because think about these. Look at how easily some of them change. Oh, hell no, we ain't going to Cheesecake Factory or Applebee's no more.
Right.
I mean, what? One fucking post, and now all these motherfucking women are coming out. You got millions of women coming out here talking about they'll never go to Cheesecake Factory or Applebee's. I mean, like literally, those companies actually took a hit on that list. Those companies took a hit on their stocks.
You're only concerned about the behavior of women. Really
Right.
should be
Shouldn't be concerned.
the extent to which men are going to stand in consistent alignment with what's going to happen.
Right.
I'd be actually more concerned about the behavior of white men, frankly, than I am the behavior of black women. Because if white men do what the fuck they supposed to do, handling the sisters is easy.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right. And I tell them all that's it. They don't understand that. Once they stop sitting up here and saying, "No, we ain't doing that," and especially a lot of the reason why there is so much a push, like if you see Vivek's whole campaign thing, which is giving him a lot of people that's coming his way, is protect the family. A lot of people can relate to that.
Hey, you know one major
Family
change that
first.
could radically reformulate black male-female relationships?
Right.
The police no longer make any DV calls.
Thank you.
If the police no longer make any, the black male and female relationships are very different.
Right.
If police are not making DV calls. And I'm old enough to recall when they weren't too quick to make those calls.
Yep. Or just give an example. I think what you're gonna see the pendulum swing the other way, and eventually they're gonna be getting on these women, and these women gonna get in these DV cases for them opening their mouth too much.
Oh, okay.
Once you see that's when you're gonna see a big
listen up, guys. We're nearly at 4 hours. I mean, I ain't mean to cut you off like that, Dre.
Yeah, right.
But it's time. It's time to wrap it up. So
we'll talk after the show.
Great conversation and passionate. I mean, y'all can stick around if y'all want to, but I got to work tomorrow morning. So let's get some final statements.
Nigga, you black. You ain't got no job. Go on somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to quickly say thanks for having me up, Kev. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and the gentleman on the panel and to somewhat clarify my reviews. I regret not being able to talk about the elder thing but maybe another time. Thanks again for having me.
The elder thing. Well, I can hang for a few more minutes if you want to go ahead and just quickly make that point. Or
let me quickly say this. Let me provide some perspective here. Now we're all 30 plus, right, on this panel, right?
Yeah,
is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if a 17-year-old appeared on this panel and started running his mouth, are we going to view what he has to say from the same perspective of a 30-year-old man, 35-year-old man, 45-year-old man?
No, not at all.
So why do we have so much trouble giving some extra default respect and regard for those who are older than us?
Because
why do we
have
not apply that same standard? Why do we not apply that same default standard? And what I'll say is this: we're all black men on this panel. The reason why we're able to have these conversations is we start from a default level of respect for the fact that we're black men. We wouldn't even come up here if this were white men on this panel or Asian men. They couldn't say some of the shit to me that you guys say.
Thank you.
There's a default level of respect because you're a black man. Why can we not give a default level of respect to an elder black man? It's the same principle.
I'd agree that the principle remains the same to some extent. However, I do also acknowledge the fact that we have 70-year-olds that are effectively 17-year-olds. That is a thing.
That's what's
I
happening.
know we don't like to admit it, but that is a thing.
70-year-olds, and we have 70-year-olds who have the wisdom of Job. So what?
Right.
Yeah, we have some brothers who are failures, and there are some brothers who know everything about everything.
Right. So what we want?
So what? Why do we assume? Why do we assume? It's interesting to me. Why do we assume automatically? And it's what Kevin said earlier. Kevin said something very important, and I'm glad he allowed me this extra time. Kevin said something very important earlier, and he said this is a daddy issue. He's right. This is a daddy issue, and this is why this is a daddy issue. If you're raised by your father, first of all, right out the gate, you're being taught respect for elders. You're seeing a productive elder man go to work, do the lawn. You're just automatically gaining a default perspective of respect. Here's the other thing too. A good father very likely have good relations with his brothers, his friends, maybe with his father. So you're spending your developmental years around a lot of respectable elder men. You cannot help but to have respect for men. That's going to be your default setting. You're not going to be automatically think, oh, suspicious of this old nigga. That's not going to happen. That's not going to be your life journey. Your life journey is going to be, I'm going to be inclined to respect this dude until proven otherwise. Right. So you're right.
Well, that's actually the statement I was making.
It is.
That was the statement. That was the statement I was making. That any statement you just made, not the daddy issue portion, but the statement you just made. That's why I made my statement. Okay. I don't know where we disagree or why you call it a daddy issue. I'm not trying to go at you. I'm just saying. I'm just saying what it is. I got a dad. I can call him. We talk often. The thing is that I acknowledge that there are men filled with wisdom, but there are also those, as I said, there's a baseline. You hold that baseline, and all men are not created equal. We know this. We all don't go through the same trials and tribulations. We know that too. We also know that, for instance, a lot of us have developmental issues, male and female alike. And so what happens is oftentimes other men that may be older sometimes give us pause even with some of the things that they do and say. By virtue of their actions, they lose the respect that they already had. They lose the baseline. Now, is that true across the board for all older men? Is that even true for you? No, you've never done anything to me in particular that would make me think that. However, I do see it. And I've even had cases where I've had to hold myself back from wanting to go in on an older man because I'm like, God damn, man, you're too old for this. Like, you're acting like you're younger than me and you're older than me. This is a problem. This is a very real issue.
Well,
I'm sure you encountered it.
If you do not have elders, if you do not have mentors, elder men that you respect, you can forget advancing as a group and as a people. I am unfamiliar with a society where the collective of younger men don't have reverence for their elders. Show me the society where motherfuckers just say, fuck you, the folks over 45 or 50 years old. Fuck them. Show me that advanced society. Show it to me.
Is that directed? Is that directed towards me, or
I'm saying show it to me.
Right.
Did you actually? I mean, because from what I see in the most productive societies, there's always a great deal of reverence to elder men. And guess what? Those elder men, whether they're white or Asian or Latino, them motherfuckers ain't perfect either.
Thank you.
A lot of them were on all kinds of bullshit. Were drunks, were philanderers, or worse. So it's like black men are the only ones who got some fucked up old dudes. Come on with that shit.
No, that isn't the statement I made. I don't think you grappled with anything I said.
No, that's exactly what it is because nobody else, no other group of men talk like this.
Right.
No, I think what he's saying.
No, they all talk like this. You're actually wrong.
No, they don't. Not to the degree and not to the frequency that black men do. You not see a whole lot of white men shitting on their fathers and their grandfathers the way they do in the black community.
Hey,
now you know that's
Black Guru. This is what we've been trying to say. I think this we're trying to say. It's not the fact that you're older. It's if you're going to be the older man, you're going to be expected to provide a level of guidance and wisdom. And if you don't provide that guidance and wisdom, you know what I mean, you lose that respect. So yes, I agree. That's what he was talking about in regards to the baseline.
Let me cut in real quick.
Let
me cut in real quick. You know, I understand the expectations, but you got to be that person your goddamn self.
Thank you.
You know,
right.
you can't have an expectation of respect and expect this outpour of wisdom if you're not that way yourself. Like I can't, like, not to say that this is you guys, but I can't stand when somebody uses their age as a crutch for immaturity. Like, oh, you older than me. I'm supposed to be like this. You supposed to be like that. You're supposed to be fucking respectable too. You know, I get it if I get it if the guy's being disrespectful. And I think I made that point about 5 times. But it's like if you're setting this high ass expectation, and the second the guy shows any inkling of imperfection, now it's this get him ass attitude, man, then you know, what is your agenda for real?
Thank you. Unfortunately,
no, I don't think. I think that's a straw man.
Your agenda is misandry against elder black men.
Right.
That's your.
I think you're making a straw man by virtue of maybe interactions with other young people. That isn't the argument that I'm making at all. And you failed to actually address the argument that I made. I think that Kim actually addressed some of it, a portion of it. However, I think that what we're trying to straw man my argument to make it into something it's not. It's not about perfection. Never has been. Never will be, in fact. However, there is a base line, and it isn't wrong to expect that your elders be better than you if they're older than you. If they're not better than you, you got a problem.
Wait.
Well, no, hold on.
And I don't mean better.
Where is this better than? Where does that? What the hell does that mean?
Right. Would you not consider yourself greater than a 17-year-old in many respects?
In some respects, but not in most. No, you should be better because
I know I'm more informed by certain about certain things.
In many respects, correct.
Right.
That's the point.
But here's the thing. You know, someone can be very flawed in some areas and very and profoundly competent in other areas. You know, and so sometimes this whole notion of, well, you're going to take and use the lowest part of their character as a judgment as to whether or not they have some wisdom to impart upon you, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
That's a huge mistake for black men to make.
Definitely. I mean, like y'all look at me with all these skills. Shit, a lot of black men that were horrible gave me all my skills. Like literally. I'm better. As you say, I should be better than all of them. Why is that? Because they taught me. They instilled value in me. So of course I would have all their strengths and not too many of their weaknesses. You should be better than the next generation. If you are not, then I hate to say something.
Nigga, you got the internet. You've had the internet your whole life.
Right.
I had the fucking Dewey Decimal System. You're supposed to be better than me.
You're supposed to. I mean, that's like saying, well, look, you know, the other people had to walk to school, up to school. Well, now, hey, look, now you ride a bike to school. Now you get a ride to school. Now you don't have to even go to school. Well, who should be the smarter one? You should.
But like we gotta be careful with that. We gotta be careful with that because you know I'll tell younger people in a heartbeat, you are privy to better information than some of us older people. You are, which opens up the door for many more opportunities.
Right.
What you don't want to do is, you know, create this air of I'm smarter than this old nigga. I mean, he might be, but you know, at the same time, it is like the respect thing, just like older people aren't just entitled to respect just because is with the younger people too. You know, it's just like I'm entitled to you treating me like
you know, there's
like
a difference
god.
between being smart and being wise
And then
and
wisdom,
having perspective.
Oh,
Because you could come to me as a young person with some information that I don't have, right?
Yeah.
But there's a greater possibility that I'm going to see relationships, even though I may not necessarily have the discrete information you have, but because I've seen the world associated with that particular activity, I might be able to provide some perspective or some wisdom about something that you might be a little more technically informed by. That's why you want to respect the wisdom of your elders. Not necessarily that for them to lord over you and put you down and all that type of stuff. No, not at all. Much of it, like I say, is about perspective. It's about, you know, how things got to where they got. You know, yeah, this is where things are now. You see very clearly the way things are now. I
Well,
saw
like
how we got here.
I heard
That's the
one
difference.
argument. I heard one argument earlier. It wasn't directly like it wasn't directed at you directly, Black Guru. It was just like old niggas in general. But there was one dude that came up on the panel that was like, you know, I'm younger and I've made more money in my life than these old niggas did at my age. I'm
I
like,
don't give a
that's a
fuck.
terrible
I don't give a
argument to
fuck.
make.
That don't mean nothing. You could have sold dope. You could have sold ass. So what? You made more money. So what?
Yeah, that was the argument.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
Like what
Well,
the
that's
hell
not the
makes you
barometer by which I even measure other men in my peer group, because that isn't a valid barometer. I think that what I'm getting at with my statement is completely different. But go ahead.
You finish. It's like they weren't even getting at the. It wasn't even about how he made his money. It's just like we're talking about, like in different, like we're talking about like years apart, right? So like maybe the economy was different. I mean, it was 100%, but if that's your whole argument, you don't have an argument.
I mean, 21 Savage probably made more money than LL Cool J. So are we gonna say 21 Savage is a greater artist than LL Cool J? I mean, come on, man.
Like that dude's.
Hey man, I'm from the South, so I'm obligated by Southern guidelines to say yes.
Well, that dude's whole argument, like I made more money at a younger age. He's like, I made more money at a younger age than you did, so why should I have to listen to you? I'm like, that's a very immature argument to make.
I mean, I would say to him, keep on living this way, and these white people and these smart hat people gonna show your ass. I guarantee you that's gonna happen.
Yeah, them Negroes were.
You better listen to somebody who's more experienced about how things work, regardless of how much money you got.
I have been learning from at least three generations of men how to check myself, because they told me what it was like for them coming up where I'm from, and learning about what they had to experience made me realize, as fortunate as I was, that didn't mean I couldn't speak up. But Black Guru, I will say one thing, and I remember mentioning this to Charles in previous hangouts. When you raise boys to be strong-willed, you give them the perfect guidance, everything. Sometimes they're going to question you, not to be not as an act of defiance. It's just we're going to be strong-willed, and you say, "Hey, you raised us to be strong-willed." Sometimes we have to stand up to you and object because we disagree with you. Sometimes,
right?
It's not out of disrespect. It's just that we're trying to figure things out, and we see things how you do, but we don't agree with it. Or we think that something's wrong with where you're thinking is wrong. And instead of looking at it as an act of defiance, you gotta sometimes say, hey, you gotta be ready to take that challenge. That's why they say the truth takes on all challenges, takes on all comers, but a lie hates to be questioned. And
Well,
sometimes
look,
I ask a lot of questions.
you make a valid point. You know, the way someone disagrees with you and the reasoning behind why someone disagrees with you is relevant. Are we disagreeing about to the specifics of the situation, or are you just doing a perfunctory disagreement just because I happen to have been around too long from your perspective? You know, I mean, from what I see very often, these dudes make plain and clear. You know, if you had X number of clicks, tours around the sun, ain't no point in listening to anything you have to say.
Yeah. I mean, me, for example, considering I got a bunch of veterans in my family and everything, I listened, and also growing up because I didn't have really have much of a relationship with my grandfather. I developed a soft spot for older men. Not like that, but because I was always
Look,
open
I
to
see
learn from them.
Negroes. I see Negroes in here arguing with BGS. I don't get it. That's just hubris.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's how you know somebody's missing. That's how you know somebody's missing their daddies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know, I know that's a daddy thing.
And that's a combative thing that's been instilled in you because unfortunately, all you've been raised around and the media's done it everywhere you've gone. All you've seen is combative behavior. Especially,
hey, there have been times where I've had an old man blow up in my face. And I'm just stood there, just
you see it
with
more
a confused look on me. Like,
that's unless, of course, if somebody in the room got a vagina, then y'all cool in and sign.
Right. Right. Because that's
wait. Where were you when Jess came up? We need you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I missed it, but you know, I can kind of predict what happens. I mean, everybody gets very subtle.
Thank you.
I honestly got kind of irritated by it. I was like, what the hell? What the?
Everybody get all soft and comfortable, like, you know. But
everybody was also everybody was also, undercutting one another, and shit. I ain't snitching.
Yeah.
I'm just telling the fuck what it is. You all shit your asses. Don't look at me like that.
Right, but
I didn't like the fact that y'all. I didn't really like the fact that y'all let her hijack this. Y'all let her hijack the discussion, man.
But it's very predictable. It's very predictable. But if an old black man like yours truly comes in, y'all want to holler at him.
I will be asking questions though. I just want, like who, sir? I have a question.
Listen up. I will say this to PK's point. I don't want to see no 70-year-old man acting like a 17-year-old either.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
I mean,
Yeah.
for real.
Well, I don't think.
Like,
Yeah,
like a 17-year-old, it's very unbecoming. I mean, I do understand when the gap in mentality is that much, that is a problem. When it's that much, you know, I hate to see an old man break themselves down like that. I hate to see an old bitch do it too. And I had a couple old bitches come through here with the same bullshit that a lot of these little young ass girls that watch TikTok videos and, you know, don't even know what the fuck they talking about. They have the same goddamn mentality. So yeah, I do understand that there is an expectation of, you know, how we look as far as in reverence to our older generation. And, you know, I have that respect, but I also do when people get older, I do expect the level of grumpiness to increase because the way this world and this society is like devolving. I mean, yeah, if we feel that level of disappointment at our age, then imagine what it's like for them. Seriously. And I mean, like, that comes from a perspective of whether you want to, I would say, so-called quote unquote save the community.
Right.
You want to leave it behind and say fuck it, scratch it away, and let's start over. Or you have that indifference, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but that's just me. It doesn't have to be you. No. It doesn't have to be you, or you. That's just me. But look, for real though, it's been over 4 hours. Let's go ahead and get some final statements. Like I gotta work. I'm tired.
Well,
Well, I
I'm
gave
just
my
saying.
final statement. I'm just going to say thanks again for having me, Kevin. I look forward to talking with you gentlemen again. Have a good evening.
Anytime, Black Uru. Thanks for coming
I
through.
just want to say, as I say always, motherfuckers, y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
All right. Thanks for accepting us for who we are, Naima.
My closing thoughts.
I just say,
Appreciate you for having me up, and fuck these old niggas.
Oh yeah, you feeling tough out there going, huh, Andre?
All right, Andre 416. Thank you. Who's next?
All
Dre,
right.
because Faulkner is passed the fuck out.
Yeah, okay. I'll just say I appreciate that. As a old nigga, as my son has told me, I said you have to realize that some things we just can't change, and other things you guys will come around when you get a little bit more wisdom, or when you've reached that stage in your life. Some of y'all are developing a little bit late in certain aspects. Good luck to you.
Okay. All right. Okay. I guess it comes down to me, and I will rock out by saying this. If you're a 30-year-old, and I'm at the age I am, 47, and I provide you with some misinformation that just sounds fucking dumb and everything. Here's my personal take. In my current mindset, because I don't have that kind of mindset to just give out misinformation like that or to try to mislead you purposely, or just the whole think I know when I actually don't, just because I'm older. I don't have that attitude. But if I were ever to have that attitude, then with some self-reflection, I'm supposed to be checked by that point. But at the same time, I can do the reverse Uno card whenever you say some dumbass shit. I'm sitting up here older and looking at like, where the fuck is this motherfucker coming from? I can do that as well. That kind of thing works both ways. And I want younger people and people older than me to understand that, at least when you deal with me. Anybody else grown enough to speak for themselves, hey, especially if you're a grown ass black man, hey, I'm in solidarity with you guys. Like seriously, I'm in solidarity. So I will try to, always put my wisest foot forward. But when stupidity ensues, it must be purged, and it has to end right then and there. And that's no matter who it comes from. And honestly, no matter what age you are, if we can get on that page of purging the fucking stupidity, we will be, I say, at least a quarter of the way there. For those of you who care about going on such a mission. But but as far as I'm concerned, I'm just gonna stick to being true to myself and to be the respectful good guy, the ruthless nice guy that I've always been, ever since before even the dawn of YouTube. If you probably are a family member or a longtime friend. If you don't know, then just stick around for a little bit longer, and you might learn some new shit. And that's not just for me, is that for everyone who give their perspective, whether they agree or disagree. You have to admit that these conversations that are impassioned and interesting. If they weren't, hell, we wouldn't have people who, especially like people who are in the class, and people who are in the chat, and who's watching now, man. This is a very interesting space, and if only black men could halfway get on the same page, it could be something really, really fucking special. But until you guys realize that, hey, I'll just be I'll be right here. I'll say that much. It's nothing but good intention, no ill will toward anybody. Maybe a couple of people who want to be slanderous and stupid, but at by the very same token, hey, if you are even halfway man enough to if you're man enough to get through it without, totally spazzing out, then we would be cool. And I'm just rambling right now because I'm fucking sleepy. So yeah, but I do enjoy doing this. Like I said, I may bring another show. I won't be present on YouTube next weekend. Family stuff going on. But maybe I'm really more than likely 95% sure that I'm going to review the stream, the C-Suite stream that was on the Roger Report this past Friday. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a reaction. Well, not so much a reaction, kind of a review slash sort of semi-reaction. I've watched a lot of it already. But yeah, I'll be back Wednesday night. And if anybody wants to come through and offer their perspective and add to what the gentlemen on the panel were saying, because it was BGS, Dr. Thunder, Green Gorilla, Dennis Sperling. I think Black Guru was up there for a second. LAR Movement was hosting it. So yeah, LAR Movement did a pretty damn good job. So yeah, just come back to the channel Wednesday night. And hopefully we'll be there. Hopefully you guys will be there too. So anyway, thank you once again, guys, for just at the very basic level being black men. And as this channel states, this is black men being brutally honest. So you guys are definitely in the right place. Chaos Reign, anything to say before I cut it?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thanks for being here too. So I'll go ahead and end this one on a live stream called No Country for Old Niggas. Shout out to the replay gang. Thanks for enduring all of this with us, and the members of the channel, the moderators, the live chat, the panelists, and last but definitely not least, long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust. And when you don't give up, be doing the right thing in the process. When you don't give up, you shall definitely win. Peace out.